The Silence of the Heart. Paul Ferrini. Table of Contents. 1. Integrity. 2. Right relationship. 3. No other gods. 4. Right livelihood. 5. Healing the divided self. 6. Communion and community. 7. Opening to miracles. 8. Reconciliation. 9. Embracing the self. 10. Awareness. Introduction to the Christ Mind series of books. The words in this book and the other 3 books in the Christ Mind series, Love Without Conditions, Miracle of Love and Return to the Garden, were written down during a 5-year period from 1993 to 1998. These messages are the fruit of my personal relationship with Jesus, which developed in the 1980s and intensified thereafter. Opening my heart and mind to my teacher and writing down his words was an experience of profound communion. It was essentially ecstatic in nature. During the last 15 years, these messages have been shared with men and women around the world. They have been translated into numerous languages and have been published in many countries. Readers have told me how touched they have been reading these words. They have told me that they feel that Jesus is speaking directly into their hearts. Through their experience of communion with Him, their faith has grown and their willingness to trust has deepened. This is perhaps the greatest blessing this work brings to its readers. This work also brings clarification and correction to the body of teachings that have been attributed to Jesus. That body of teaching includes not only what we read in the Gospels, but the concepts and positions adopted by the church hierarchy at the Council of Nicaea, when Christianity became the official state religion of the Roman Empire, and thereafter. Many of these later add-ons are challenged by Jesus in the messages you will read in this book. Those of you who are interested in the differences between the teachings that appear in this book and those of traditional Christianity are referred to my book Love is My Gospel, The Radical Teachings of Jesus, 2006, which further elucidates these differences. If you are encountering these teachings for the first time, please take your time. There is a lot here to understand and integrate. As you read these words, take them into the silence of your heart and let them abide there. Cultivate your own personal connection with Jesus and allow Him to guide you into a deeper relationship with yourself, with Him, and with God. For me, truth is revealed when it resonates in my heart and mind and, sometimes indeed, in every cell of my body. I invite you to put these teachings to the same test. While there is a universal truth that threads its way through all scripture and sacred writings, each of us must decide what speaks to us and what we will use as a compass to guide our journey through life. It is therefore with trust and humility that I share these messages with you. Some time ago, my teacher told me, "You are responsible for any teaching you accept as truth. No one else has that responsibility." In the end, experience is the best teacher. Experience shows us what works and what does not, what helps and what hurts. Words can inform and uplift us. At times they even reverberate in the silence of our hearts. But in the end we have to join the dance of life to understand its mysteries. May the seeds of this teaching be planted in your heart and blossom in your life. May you drink deeply from the well and quench your thirst for love and truth. May you heal, forgive, and come into the fullness of your power and purpose. Namaste, Paul Ferrini. Welcome. Mine is a teaching of love, not of fear. Jesus. The great majority of my teachings have come down to you intact. However, there are some errors and distortions that need to be corrected. Mine is a teaching of love, not of fear. The language of fear cannot be used in any testament that comes from me. Do not be surprised that some, even those as wise as my apostles, would have you believe in a vindictive God who punishes you for your sins. I assure you that they are mistaken. Our God is not an angry God, but a compassionate one who helps you to find forgiveness for your errors and those of others. By learning compassion and practicing forgiveness, you move through your fear, correct your errors and relinquish your judgments. Gradually, your shame is washed away in a baptism of acceptance and love. Please just do your part. Ask forgiveness from all whom you have harmed in thought, word or deed, extend forgiveness to others who ask it from you, and be willing also to forgive yourself. God will do the rest. There is nothing that you have done or that has been done to you that I have not done or suffered to be done to me. Moreover, I tell you that I am not only the one impaled on the cross of the world. You too are crucified for your mistakes. And you are also the one who wields the executioner's hammer. All of you have come here to learn to love without conditions. When you can love yourself unconditionally, it is not difficult to love others. When you can accept others with all of their faults, it is not difficult to accept your own. Those who misunderstand and misinterpret my words would have you place me above you. Please do not do this. Whoever places me on a pedestal also places me on the cross, for you cannot have one without the other. Therefore, do not address me or anyone else as less than or greater than you, for to do so is to create the one and only sin against the Son of Man. I teach and have always taught the spiritual law of equality. Adhere to this teaching and all that separates you from one another will fall away and you will rest in the heart of God where all beings are equally loved and blessed. I do not teach one thing to one person and something else to another. My teaching is the same for all of you. Think well, therefore, when anyone asks you to judge, blame, libel, cheat, harm, or reject any of your brothers and sisters in my name, I tell you this is a blasphemy and an inversion of truth. It can lead only to suffering. I have told you once and I will tell you again, all are welcome in my house, rich and poor, black and white, straight and gay, women and men, children and old people, tall and short, skinny and fat, healthy and sick, the able-bodied and the handicapped. I do not have one church for those who live in their minds and another for those who live in their hearts. I have one church for all and the door to that church is always open to anyone who wants to enter. Whoever closes the door or blocks the way to any brother or sister takes my name in vain and distorts my teaching. Do not heed the words of such a person but observe his actions to see if they are consistent with what he says. As I have told you before, you would be wise to examine the tree before you eat the fruit dangling from its branches. The door to my church and the door to my heart is always open to you, dear brother and sister. Indeed, I welcome you even as I hear your footsteps approaching. If I so honor and care for you, how could our God, who is far greater than I, do otherwise? No, my friends, God's love for you is more profound than any love you will ever know. Even my love for you pales by comparison. We are both children of a loving God. Of that you may be certain. All that God has given to me will be given to you when you are ready to receive it. By then it will not matter from whose hands you receive the gift, for all who serve him share his love for you and extend his blessing to you now and for all time. Do not despair, dear ones. Open your hearts and feel my love for you. Take my hand whenever you need it. Although at times it seems that you walk this path alone, know that I am at your side whenever you call to me. Godspeed on your journey. Soon you will be home. Until then, know I am holding this place for you. Introduction to the silence of the heart. Silence is the essence of the heart. You cannot be in the heart unless you are in forgiveness of yourself and others. Silence is the essence of the heart. You cannot be in the heart unless you are in forgiveness of yourself and others. You cannot be in the heart if you are worried or angry. You cannot be in the heart if your breathing is shallow or labored. When the breath is shallow, thinking is superficial. If you want to live a spiritual life, bring your awareness to your breath. Become aware of the times when you are breathing in a shallow way and bring your awareness to your thoughts. You will see that your mind is chattering. None of these thoughts has depth or significance. If you relax and breathe deeply, these thoughts will fly away like startled birds. And then you will abide in the heart. When the breath is labored, thinking is driven by fear and anxiety. Your mind states are rooted in the past or future. You may be focused on what other people are doing and how you can accommodate them or protect yourself from their actions. You are building a fortress of thought around your heart. Take a deep breath and relax. Now take another one. Breathe and return to the heart. Breathe and return to your essential self. Unless you return to the heart, you cannot see with compassion. And one who does not see with compassion does not see accurately. All that is perceived is a fabrication, a hyperbole. It simply feeds your boredom or anxiety. Breathing is the key to living a spiritual life in physical embodiment. When the body dies, the breath leaves the body. Where does it go? Most of you think that the body is the creator of the breath. Actually, it is the other way around. The breath is the begetter of the body. When the breath goes, the body ceases to function. It disintegrates into nothing because, without the breath of spirit, the body is nothing. If you want to lead a spiritual life, breathe deeply and slowly. Take the air deep down into your abdomen and release it fully. The more air you bring into your body, the lighter it will feel, and the easier it will be for you to accomplish your responsibilities. One who breathes deeply is not afraid or overwhelmed by what life presents because she has the energy to meet all circumstances. Only one whose breathing is shallow or labored and irregular is de-energized and easily intimidated by the challenges of life. Unless you breathe deeply and calmly, you cannot be in your heart. If you do not know what I am talking about, put this book down and begin to breathe into your abdomen, counting to 5 on the inhalation and counting again to 5 on the exhalation. Breathe in this way for 5 minutes, gradually extending your count to 7 or 8 or 9. Do not force. Just expand gradually, as your lungs comfortably allow. Now you are in your heart. Notice that you are relaxed, yet surprisingly alert. Your consciousness extends to all the cells of your body. You are content where you are. You fully inhabit your body in the present moment. You feel warm and energetic. You feel safe and secure. Your thoughts have slowed down. You are no longer focusing on the shoulds and what ifs of your life. Tension and anxiety are absent. Past and future have receded from your awareness. Your thinking is centered and dignified. You can stay with your thoughts because they are fewer and further between. Now bring your awareness to your heart, as you continue to breathe gently but deeply into your abdomen. Can you feel the presence of understanding and compassion in your heart center? Can you see that you hold yourself and others in gentle acceptance? Can you feel the love that dwells in your heart and freely extends to others? Now you are in your heart. Now you are in the silence from which all sound comes. Like a boat on the ocean, you feel the waves swell beneath you. And you move with the waves, yet you know you are not the waves. Thoughts come and go, yet you know you are not the thoughts. Some thoughts propel you further out than others, yet still you can return to your center. Like a large wave, a particular thought may be charged with emotion, yet if you remain where you are, the emotion will subside. Now you know you can abide the ebb and flow of the tide, moving out and moving in, feeling the contraction and expansion of thought. Beneath the thinking mind is a pure, non-judgmental awareness. As soon as you discover that awareness, the heart opens, and giving and receiving are effortless. Observing silence and breathing deeply and gently is the easiest way to open the heart. You can also open it through sacred dancing and movements which incorporate the breath and encourage gratitude and presence in the moment. The method you use to fall into the heart is just a tool. Do not make it important. What is important is that you find a way to access the deeper aspect of your being which is at peace. There is no human being who is incapable of reaching this state of open awareness and compassion. However, very few people know that this capacity for peace exists in them. Most human beings live a stressful life in which they struggle to make ends meet. Their minds are consumed with thinking, planning, and worrying. Their bodies are constantly in fight or flight, weakening the immune system and creating the conditions in which disease can take hold. Few human beings take direct responsibility for their physical and emotional well-being. It is no wonder that they lack a spiritual perspective on life. When people do not care for themselves, they blame others for their problems. They feel like victims. They feel trapped in their jobs, their relationships, their physical location, their roles and responsibilities. They appear to live inside a pressure cooker. Either they stay in their external situation and feel victimized and resentful, or they leave that situation inappropriately before it is healed, leaving a wake of broken hearts. If any of this sounds familiar, then you know only too well how easy it is to get caught in the struggle of existence. Your life has speeded up, you are busier than ever before, but to what avail? Your money and possessions cannot buy you peace. Your name, fame, and status in society cannot bring you happiness. Be honest with yourself. Do you feel good about yourself and the people closest to you? Are you optimistic about life? Do you look forward to each day? If not, you are living a life empty of spiritual nourishment, a life that has lost its rootedness in the breath, the body, and the earth. Speeding up life does not make it better. Traveling across the planet in cars and planes does not create closer relationships. Many of you feel that your lives are speeding up, but you do not realize that you are the one pouring the gas in the tank. I suppose it is easier for you to believe in the destruction of the planet through earthquakes and floods than to take responsibility for your desecration of the planet through your own anxiety, boredom, and carelessness. Don't you see that the earth is simply reflecting back to you the quality of your own consciousness? Its pollution is none other than the pollution of your own heart-mind. The more you turn away from yourself, the more you abuse the earth and each other. The more you forget to breathe, the unhealthier the air gets, and the more interpersonal conflicts arise. If you keep forgetting to breathe, the planet is doomed. Well, you say, I can do something about that. I can learn to breathe. Okay, so try it for a while. Breathe deeply for one day and see what happens. Then, try it for another day. In time, if you commit to this practice, all that is artificial in your life will begin to fall away. And you may be surprised how much of your life begins to unpeel. Consider this. Is your job safe? Not if you go to work out of sacrifice. What about your marriage? Are you with your partner out of duty or love? What about your values and religious beliefs? Are they safe? Or have they been fashioned out of guilt and fear? If so, they will not stand the ebb and flow as the breath comes down into the belly and out through the mouth, the nose, and the skin. Do you really want to detoxify? Do you really want to slow down? Are you ready to let the excess stimulation go? But, you ask, can't I still read my paper and watch the news on TV? Yes, I will tell you, but only if you can keep breathing deeply and gently. Most of you will find that this is impossible. To seek your peace means for the moment that you must forego false stimulation in your life. Anything that is trivial or overly labored takes you away from the essence of who you are. Don't ask me to spell everything out. I'm not going to give you a new set of commandments. Use your common sense. See what brings you peace and what disturbs your peace. Take responsibility for what you consume, who you are with, and what you do. You have choices in life. One set of choices brings you struggle and pain. The other brings you quietude and healing. Can you live without overstimulation? Can you slow down, breathe and live in the moment? It may not be as difficult as you think. Since you can only begin now, not in the past or future, it is a simple challenge. Try it now. Be in the present and breathe for a few minutes. The more you do it, the easier it will become. This practice will gather momentum, like a stream coming down from a mountain, taking with it all the blocks that stand in its way. When you commit to the practice of silence, your relationship to the entire universe changes. There is no more difference between inner and outer. Earth and heaven meet where your heart and mind join in silent bliss. Only your fear keeps you in resistance to life. Move through the fear by breathing and the resistance dissolves. Now you are flowing with the current of life and so it can support you. Every indigenous people that has lived on the planet knows what I am teaching to you. And somewhere, deep in your heart, you know it too. For once, before your ego tried to take charge of the journey, you were the patient captain of your own ship, moving to a destination intuited but unknown. And it is the same now, even though you think you must work at being in charge. Breathe and in time the river of life will find you and adopt you. Then you will be its spokesman and its confidant. The one who listens and the one who tells the truth. The one who serves without saving. And loves without asking in return. All this you will do, because the Messiah has come and the Messiah is you. You are the one who learns to breathe the body and lift yourself out of the pain of self-created conflicts. You are the one, dear brother or sister. Only you. Chapter 1, Integrity. The potter is not defined by the clay, but by what he chooses to do with it. Integrity is defined as the quality or state of being complete or undivided. While you aspire to have integrity, many of you do not feel either complete or undivided. You feel discouraged when you look within and your search for happiness with others exacerbates your deepest wounds. There are no magical fixes for this condition. It is the raw material of life which has been given to you to transform. You must mold it and craft it into a work of art. It would be easy for the potter to reject the clay as inferior and unworthy of him. But were he to do so, his life would have no meaning. He is not defined by the clay, but by what he chooses to do with it. What do you choose to do with the hand you have been dealt? How can you work with the challenges of life to come to peace in your heart and in your relationships? The answer is a simple one, but it may not be the one you expect. The answer is that you don't have to do anything. Well, you ask, how does the clay get molded if I don't have to do anything? The clay gets molded by your willingness to stay with and in your process. In your struggle, and in your surrender, the clay gets molded. The work of art is offered, torn apart, and offered once again. At some point, you know it is finished and you can work on it no more. Then you walk away from it and before you realize it, more clay is given into your hands. It has a different consistency, a different potential. It brings new challenges. Just being in your life is the molding process. Even when it seems that you are resisting or denying what is happening, the clay is still being worked. What about the criminal, you ask? Has he created a work of art with his life? Yes, he has. His life is the record of his journey through his fears, just as your life is your record. Each of you has told your story. If you look into his heart, you will see that his story is not that different from your own. There are no failures on this planet. Even the homeless, the prostitutes, the drug dealers, are molding the clay that was given to them. Because you do not like a particular piece of artwork does not mean that it ceases to be a work of art. There are no boring stories out there. Each tale is a gem. Each sculpture has genius. Integrity is a universal gift. Everyone has it. It is part of the clay itself. Whatever you build with your life will stand up. It will be there for you to reflect on and for others to see. You may choose to leave it standing or to tear it down. That is your choice. Others may gawk and say unkind things. That is their choice. None of it means anything. There is no right and wrong in this process. If there were, those of you who are right would be wearing permanent halos. You cannot say that what one person builds with his life is less valuable than what another person builds. All you can say in truth is that you prefer what one person has built to what another has built. You have your preferences. Fortunately, God does not share them. Not yours or anyone else's. God listens to everyone's story. His ear is to each person's heart. Nobody has pushed him away by making a mistake. All he ever wants to know is, did you learn from your mistake? Integrity is not something you have to earn. It is essential to who you are. There is no one here who does not have integrity, just as there is no one here who does not deserve love. Of course, there are plenty of people who don't think they have integrity. And they have the unfortunate habit of trying to find their wholeness by demanding the time, attention, or possessions of others. These people are not evil. They are just confused. They don't know that their life is a work of art. They don't know that they are master sculptors. They think that they got a lousy hand. One day they will realize that they got the perfect hand. And then they will start to work with it consciously and energetically. Until then, they are playing at being victims. They are playing at being broken, unhealed, unwhole. A black person confined to a wheelchair may not feel whole, but he has no less integrity than anyone else. He has not been given inferior clay. There are no accidents in this life. Nobody got anybody else's clay. You see, the problem is not existential. Integrity is there in each one of you. The problem is that you believe you are not whole. You believe that you need to be fixed or that you can fix someone else. You feel a false sense of responsibility for others and you do not take enough responsibility for yourself. You are driven by desire, greed, guilt, and fear. You attack, defend, and then try to repair the damage. Of course, it doesn't work. In truth, nothing is broken and nothing needs to be fixed. If you could dwell in this awareness, all your wounds would heal by themselves. Miracles would happen, because the ego structure blocking the miracle would dissolve. This human drama seems to be about abuse, but it is really about learning to take responsibility. All suffering is a temporary construction created for your learning. And all the tools that you need to end your suffering have been given into your hands. When you are not blaming each other for your problems, you are blaming God. You think it's His fault that you are unhappy. You don't like being put to the test. Neither did Job. It's not fun to have your magical beliefs smashed. But you need to realize that no magical incantation is going to open the door to the prison. It doesn't work that way. Freedom is much more simple and close at hand. Well, you say, if I only had a helicopter or a 747 I could get out of this hole. You don't realize how absurd that sounds. Forget about that 747, brother. Just use the ladder. That old cruddy thing? That can't possibly get me out of here. You know the dialogue. We've had this conversation before. Others keep pointing to the ladder, but you keep looking away. You have a certain attachment to being a victim. The problem is that the victim will never acknowledge the ladder. He will never admit that he has the tools he needs to extricate himself from his suffering. For, as soon as he admits that he has these tools, he ceases to be a victim. Nobody feels sorry for him anymore. The game of being a handicapped creator comes to an end. So if you want to discover your integrity, you need to stop pretending to be a victim. You need to stop pretending that you weren't given the right tools. You need to take the clay and work with it. Anyone who does this stops complaining and gets on with his life. He learns to take care of himself and he gives others the space to take care of themselves. Indeed, he releases all sense of obligation to and from others so that he is free to follow the promptings of his mind and heart. For him, there are no excuses and so there is no need to procrastinate. Nothing stands between him and his joy. His life is his work of art and he is busy about it even as a bee is busy pollinating flowers. If you speak to him of sacrifice, he will laugh and say, "Work that is not joyful accomplishes nothing of value in the world." And, of course, he will be right. One artist does not work for another unless he is learning something of value to his craft. When he stops learning, he moves to another teacher, or begins working on his own. Nobody can keep him from his craft. No one can take him out of his life. For his life and his craft are one. In a world where everyone is a genius, there are no bosses and no employees. There are only teachers and students in voluntary association. If you do not like where you are, you must leave that place or you do not honor yourself. Do not force yourself to stay in any environment in which you cease to remember that you are a creator of your life. I once told you, leave your nets. Do not struggle to be worthy when you already are. Leave that job or relationship in which you are unable to be yourself. Let go of your neurotic bargain for love and acceptance. And walk through your fears. You will never find your wings until you learn to use your arms and your legs. Don't ask God to do for you what you must learn to do for yourself. In honoring yourself, you needn't make anyone else wrong. Just do what is good for you and express your gratitude to others. When you are stepping into your life, you do not leave others hastily or in anger. You say your goodbyes. You bless the person whose life you have shared and the place where you have lived. Because you can bless the past, you are free to leave it. You cannot leave your nets and take the fish with you. In time, the fish will rot and leave a terrible stench. For miles around, people will anticipate your arrival. The fisherman is coming. Your past walks in front of you. This is not the way to freedom. Be strong in your conviction about your own life, but gentle with others. Do not judge their needs just because you cannot meet them. Just be honest about what you can and cannot do, and wish them well. Remember, the one whom you reject follows you. Only acceptance brings completion. When you are ready to leave the entanglements of your life and step out on the simple path of love and forgiveness, you will know it in your heart and mind. There will be no struggle, no deliberation. In your clarity and generosity, others will relax and release you. And you will hold them in your heart wherever you go. The only prisons in the world are the ones of your own making. And only one who is ignorant of his own genius could hold another hostage against his will. Remember, dear brother and sister, for every prison you create in your mind, there is a key that unlocks the door. If you can't erase the prison, at least claim the key to the door. You are not a victim of the world, but the one who holds the key to freedom. In your eyes is the spark of divine light that leads all beings out of the darkness of fear and mistrust. And in your heart is the love that gives birth to all the myriad beings in the universe. Your essence is unbroken, whole, dynamic, and creative. It but awaits your trust. The futility of control. Outwardly, life seems safe and predictable. Inwardly, the dynamite has been lit. The key to living in peace is the ability to stay in the present moment. You cannot live in the present moment if you think you are the one doing your life. If you think you are the doer, you will feel justified in making endless plans. But watch carefully what happens to your plans. See how they inevitably change, reverse themselves, or even dissolve into thin air as you begin to live out your experience. No matter how hard you try to pin your life down, there are inevitable surprises, and you should be grateful for them. Without these surprises, your existence would be one-dimensional, routine, and boring. Your ego is terrified of the unknown. No matter how terrible the known past is, the ego prefers it to the unknown present. All of its energy goes into trying to make the present into the past. It thinks that this creates safety, but in truth it creates continued terror, and a constant aggravation of the wound. Eventually, the pain is so intense that it must be dealt with. You see, everything, even your ego, conspires toward your awakening. So living the past over and over again creates the ultimate terror. Outwardly, life seems safe and predictable. Inwardly, the dynamite has been lit. You think you are the doer of your life and that you have created safety, when in fact your life is about to explode and you are about to realize that you have no conscious control over what happens. You believe that you are powerful, yet you demonstrate again and again your utter powerlessness. This is an interesting paradox, is it not? No matter how hard it tries, the ego cannot create safety. No matter how many times the ego tries to push you out of the present moment, it inevitably brings you into it full force, because the price of denial is pain. The more you seek to control life, the more life will give you the message that it cannot be controlled. And then you may try even harder to control. You see? It is a silly game. You cannot win the game, yet you can't stop playing it either. This is the one supreme addiction. It has many forms. When you begin to realize that you are not the doer, you drop the subconscious attachment to playing to lose. You cease to be the victim. And when you are no longer the victim, you don't attract a victimizer. The karmic contract is broken. The wheel of the past stops turning, and you enter the unknown present with a new freedom. Now you can walk with confidence, putting one foot in front of the other. You can walk your unique path and discover the gifts that lie on the other side of your fear. 3 stages of consciousness. When a stage 3 teaching is heard by stage 2 ears, the result is a stage 2 interpretation of that teaching. There are 3 stages in the development of human consciousness. The first stage is subconscious knowledge. Driven by instinct and emotions, this is the state of ancient man. The second stage is conscious knowledge. It is characterized by the quest for knowledge and information. This is the state of modern man. The third stage is superconscious knowledge. It is the state of intuition, surrender, present moment awareness. This is the state of human consciousness now evolving. You are living at a time when stage 2 is coming to closure and stage 3 is being born. The entrance into stage 3 calls for a different way of living individually and collectively. It calls for a repudiation of the controlling mind and an understanding of the utter futility of its creations. Living in fear, the ego mind seeks safety, but never finds it. Because it never investigates its own fear, it is unconsciously driven by it. It projects its fear on every person or situation it encounters. All relationship dramas stem from the mutual projection of fear. If you want to awaken, fear must be faced. It must be made conscious. Facing your fears brings the darkness to the light and ends the split between ego and spirit. The light that comes when darkness has been fully explored is not the same light that was there when darkness was pushed away. In stage 1, you reject the darkness because you are afraid of it. In stage 2, you push it away by trying to explain it. And in stage 3, you embrace the darkness and integrate it. In stage 1, man is ignorant of God. The Old Testament is the teaching for stage 1 man. It says, "Do this or our God will punish you." It is fear-based at the deepest emotional level. That is why God destroys whole cities in his wrath. The message to man is, become aware of God outside of you. In stage 2, man is aware of God but still separate from him. The New Testament is the teaching for stage 2 man. It says, God is not vengeful. He loves you and asks you to come and embrace his teaching. Your life will be happier if you make room for God in your life. Stage 2 teachings focus on what you will miss if you keep God out of your life. It is the teaching of persuasion, still based on fear and separation. My teaching was always a stage 3 teaching. I told you the kingdom of heaven is within and you must find God in your own heart. However, when the stage 3 teaching is heard by stage 2 ears, the result is a stage 2 interpretation of that teaching. Now this is changing. You are beginning to hear the teaching as it was originally intended. You are in communion with me in your daily lives. You are coming to the realization that a great deal of what you have been taught about me and my teaching is false and must be rejected. You know now that you must find me in your heart and in the uniqueness of your own experience. Grace and betrayal. What you love prospers. If unfolds, it gets roots and wings. Your need to think about the next moment is an attachment to the past. It is keeping you in fear. Recognize this. Have no illusions about your plans. Yet also be compassionate with yourself. Your responsibility is to love and be gentle with yourself at all times. Don't beat yourself up because you can't help making plans. But watch what happens. See if the external structure you create for your life continues to match the internal reality as it unfolds. See how you limit yourself by taking what is true in one moment and legislating the next with it. The nature of mind with its thought/feeling states is changeable. Your goal in watching the mind is to recognize what is eternal and what is temporal. If you build your life on the temporal, you will live in constant upheaval, because the temporal is always changing. The mind is not bad and it need not be condemned. Be present without judgment to the ebb and flow of your thoughts and feelings. Only the attachment to mind states creates suffering, not the mind states themselves. Learn not to build upon shaky ground. Place your faith where it alone is safe, on the bedrock of your experience. Act from a place of peace, not one of desire. For desires come and go, but peace is eternal. Relationships that support your joy and peace and ongoing healing deserve your commitment. All others are lesson learning devices designed to wake you up by showing you your own self-betrayal. Opportunities for abusive interactions abound. 90% of the psycho-emotional terrain you will encounter in this life is unsuitable for building. Some of it is harsh, unforgiving rock, some of it seductive quicksand. If you value yourself, do not build your nest in these places. The betrayal you experience will not be someone else's fault, for all betrayal is self-betrayal. Be kind to yourself. No one else can fix your life or bring to you a joy you don't already feel within your heart. Build on what you have, not on what you want, for want is an illusion that comes and goes. As soon as the desire is fulfilled, another desire replaces it. The chain of desire is endless. It always takes you away from yourself. The best relationships unfold without struggle because each person is honest. Without secrets, communication prospers and intimacy grows. Consistency and continuity are established. This is solid ground. This is where the foundation of your life must rest. You have heard the expression haste makes waste. It is true. What is deeply valued has your full loving intention and attention. It is nurtured, watered, and brought into fullness and truth. It does not happen overnight. It does not happen exactly how or when you want it. It flourishes through your commitment, your constancy, and your devotion. What you love prospers. It unfolds. It gets roots and wings. This is the movement of grace in your life. First, Find what is real, what is true, what is consistent and dependable in yourself. Then you can offer it to another. Do not look for solidity in others. It will never come to you from the outside. If your life is anchored in the truth of your experience, then that truth can be shared. But if you are looking for truth, or love, or salvation outside yourself, you will be disappointed again and again. Grace rests on a tenacious commitment to yourself, a commitment that says no gently but firmly to all who would tempt you to trade their dream for your own. Only by honoring yourself does the beloved come. Those who twist themselves into pretzels in the search for love simply push the beloved away. Maps and signs. Signs come from the interface between outer and inner reality. They are created through our intuitive connection with life. When you are embarking on a journey, it is helpful to look at a road map. A road map is an intellectual construction that helps you get a general sense of how to proceed. Yet it is not, and can never be, an actual description of the road. No one can tell you what the road will be like. Only your experience can do that. There comes a point in every situation when preparations end and the experience begins. Knowing that you have prepared well may give you confidence, but only trust in yourself enables you to excel. Trust is a big let go into the experience. It is a leap of faith. Eventually, everyone must put the roadmap down and be present in the experience. Perhaps one encounters unexpected construction, a detour, or a change in weather. Driving a car is different than looking at a map. The best that linear, sequential thinking can give you is a map of your potential experience, but it cannot guide you through that experience. When you are in the midst of the experience, there are signs that help you out. The detour sign tells you when there is a need for a change of direction. Highway signs tell you to get in the right lane or the left. There are signs telling you where there are places to eat, to sleep, or to get gas. Without reading these signs, you could not have a successful experience. Signs come from the interface between outer and inner reality. They are created through our intuitive connection with life. Signs happen only in the present moment. You don't get a sign that says go right tomorrow or sometime next month. Signs show you how to navigate in the here and now. They are extremely useful and important. Unfortunately, they are almost totally neglected by the left brain, linear mind. When you go on a journey, a map can be very helpful. Left brain information can help you to prepare. But once you embark, signs are a necessity. Are you paying attention to the signs that arise in your life? Or are you trying to do your life with a map alone? Each of you has access to guidance at a deep emotional level. If you will be present in your experience, you will see the signs that are posted there. The sign may simply tell you this feels right or this doesn't feel good, but that is often the only information you need. You don't need to have a vision of a saint in order to receive guidance. Guidance is your greatest ally in life. When you rely on your guidance, you can get by with a minimum of planning. But when you ignore your guidance, no amount of planning can guide you home. If you know where you want to go, you can rely on your guidance to help you get there. Trying to figure out how you will get there intellectually is an exercise in futility. You simply can't know in advance. But when you are in process, the signs will appear, and you will know what turns to take. The more you trust your guidance, the more spontaneous your life becomes. Your plans are flexible, allowing for unanticipated circumstances, yet you remain committed to your goals. Indeed, you are able to make commitments from a deeper place, and when you fulfill these commitments you do so without sacrifice. Renegotiating commitments. What matters is not whether you come together or apart, but whether you do so in mutual honesty and respect. Often, in the course of living, commitments need to be revised. A plan is made for the future that is not materializing. No matter how hard you try to follow the plan, it just won't come together. This is a sign to tune in, release past expectations, and be open to what wants to happen in the moment. Renegotiating commitments is not a sign of weakness or inconstancy unless it happens chronically. When something doesn't seem to be working for you, the best thing you can do is tell the truth to the other people involved. More often than not, you will find that others have their own reservations about the plan. Revising the plan is therefore in the interest of all parties. Sometimes you may ask for a change in commitment that won't be reciprocated by the others involved. Then, you will need to tune in and decide if this change is really important to you. Is your fulfillment of the plan really important to the other person? Can you fulfill the commitment and still honor yourself? Usually, if your intention is to honor yourself and the other people, a mutually acceptable solution can be found. Holding fast to the possibility that your highest good is not in conflict with the highest good of others facilitates the discovery of solutions that honor everyone equally. Abuse and betrayal happen when plans are held rigidly or agreements are broken in fear. If you make a commitment and don't feel comfortable keeping it, you need to communicate this to the people involved. The important thing here is not whether a promise is kept but whether a change in heart or commitment is communicated. At all times, you best honor others by telling the truth about your experience. Betrayal happens through reactivity. Fear comes up and it is not acknowledged or communicated. The fear-driven behavior that results is an attack against others. The alternative to this is honest communication. When you say to another, "I am experiencing fear and I'm not sure I can keep my commitment to you," you have honored both the other person and yourself. But if you say nothing and withdraw in fear or act in a hostile manner, you simply deepen the fear that you, and probably the other person, are experiencing. The issue of commitment is one of the most charged issues that comes up for human beings. Fears of being controlled, abandoned, or betrayed are universal. Those who demand love from others or capitulate to those demands are ultimately abandoned or betrayed. That's because they are betraying themselves. To say yes or no to another person is a clear communication. But to say no and mean yes, or to say yes and mean no, creates the conditions for abuse. You will save yourself and the other person a lot of grief by being honest with each other. Ultimately, no one must hold another person to a commitment made in the past which no longer feels good in the present. If you cannot release another person from the past, how can you release yourself? What matters is not whether you come together or apart, but whether you do so in mutual honesty and respect. That is the key to it all. Needs. The attempt to give or get what you do not have is futile. It can end only in disappointment and sorrow. Your major disconnect with the rhythm of love is the belief that there is something you can give or take from another. This belief and the manipulations that spring from it render your life painful beyond measure. Consider why you are always disappointed in your relationships with others. Whatever you seek from another always floats up in front of you like a balloon filled with water. As soon as you prod it, demanding the love you feel you deserve, the balloon pops and you get soaked. Be honest. Have you ever received from another what you wanted that person to give you? Of course not. The only reason that person came into your life was to remind you of the nurturing you need to give to yourself. Consider why you always hit bottom whenever you try to give to, help or fix anyone else. The very need to fix someone else betrays your belief that you are not acceptable as you are. Whenever there is need or compulsion in giving or receiving, you can be sure love is a long way away. When love is present, one gives and receives freely, without attachment. That is because you can give and receive only what you have, not what you don't have. The attempt to give or get what you do not have is futile. It can end only in disappointment and sorrow. If you are loving to someone, you will receive love, because love always returns to itself. If you demand love, you will receive demands for love. As you sow, so shall you reap. The law of energy is circular. What goes out comes back and what comes back goes out. So how can you get something you do not have? It is impossible. The truth is that you have everything that you need. Nothing that you need has been withheld from you. In this sense you can only need what you don't need. Please stay with this paradox. I am not trying to confuse you. If you need something, then you believe that it is not yours to give. If it is not yours to give, then how can you give it or receive it? If, on the other hand, you know that it is yours to give, you will give and receive it readily. And in this case you will not need it. The perception of lack blocks abundance. In truth, lack is not real, but the belief in lack is real. If you wish to demonstrate abundance, question every need you have. As long as you need something, you cannot have it. As soon as you no longer need it, it appears in front of you. Nobody needs love. Nobody needs money. Nobody needs anything. But those who believe that they need seek without finding. This is a simple law. You cannot receive what you are unable to give, and you can't give what you are unable to receive. Giving and receiving are the same thing. Giving is receiving. Receiving is giving. When you know this, the whole chess game falls apart. The mystery is over. The perception of equality. The perception of equality leads to the transcendence of the body and the physical world. Being in a body gives you the opportunity to explore the mistaken belief that your needs are different from the needs of others. As soon as you begin to see that your needs are the same as the needs of others, the veil begins to lift. You stop needing special treatment. You stop giving others special treatment. What you want for one, you want for all. You do not make one person more important than others. The perception of equality leads to the transcendence of the body and the physical world. When you no longer need to hold yourself separate from others, you can serve without being attached. You can give without needing to know how the gift is being received or whether it will be returned. Service is an opportunity, not a job description. In serving, you are not the server. You cannot serve and have an identity. You can only be helpful to the extent that you don't have an agenda. When you need to help others, you're just cleverly disguising your own need for help. The goal, you see, is not to move beyond the body, or out of this dimension. The goal is to undo the belief in separation that gives rise to the perception of one body as different from others. All bodies are essentially the same. All bodily needs are essentially the same. All emotional needs are essentially the same. All beliefs in separation are essentially the same. When you help another, you help yourself. You help your mother and father. You help your third cousin. You help the drunk on the street corner. Your help goes to all who need it. Help is for one and for all. You cannot offer it to one without offering it to all. Nor can you offer it to all unless you offer it to one. There is no time or distance between the one and the many. Each is contained in the other. Two paths of liberation. Either method works, but you cannot practice both at the same time. Time and space are mutually dependent. Without one, you cannot have the other. The same is true for male and female, parent and child, black and white. All things exist in relationship to their opposites and are indeed defined by them. The analytical mind is essentially dualistic. To know it must compare one thing to another. Separation is essential to analysis. That is why it is impossible to know God. As soon as you know God, you lose the experience of unity. Much of the frustration you feel on your spiritual path comes from the fact that you cannot experience something and study it at the same time. If you stand back and observe, you will not have the experience the participant does. And if you participate, you will not have the same experience as the observer. One spiritual method asks you to become an observer. Another asks you to be a participant. Either method works, but you cannot practice both at the same time. If you want to know, you must learn to stand back and observe. If you want to be, you must dive into the experience. One method requires detachment. The other requires immersion. My own teaching is oriented to those who would dive in. It is an experiential journey into the roots of abuse. You learn by making mistakes and practicing forgiveness. Blessing the body. Physical love is no less beautiful than other forms of love. Whenever I point out the inherent limitations of the physical body, someone inevitably interprets my statements to mean the body is bad, inferior, or evil. This need to reject the body is a form of attachment to it. Where there is resistance to desire, desire itself is made stronger. The body is not bad or inferior in any way. It is simply temporal. You will never find ultimate meaning by satisfying its needs. Nor might I add will you find ultimate meaning by denying its needs. Taking care of the body is an act of grace. Preoccupation with bodily pleasures or pains is anything but graceful. If you wish to follow the path I have laid out for you, accept your body fully and care for it diligently. When the body is loved, it does what you need it to do. It becomes a willing servant to the goals of spirit. Austerities are counterproductive. You cannot transcend the needs of the body by neglecting it or punishing it. Only caring and love lead to transcendence. Each body is a sheath or a veil that holds the soul in some degree of ignorance/limitation. You are attracted to the bodily form that allows you to fully experience your current level of fear. The more volatile your fears, the denser the body must be to contain them. That is why it is futile to try to escape the body you are in. You chose it because you needed it. Accepting your body is one of the lessons of this life. And this, my friends, includes your sexuality. Physical love is no less beautiful than other forms of love, nor can it be separated from them. Those who view physical love as unholy will experience it that way, not because it is, but because they perceive it that way. If a child is born to you and your partner, he or she becomes part of the fabric of your embodiment. There is no way to escape responsibility for this relationship. It will continue throughout your lifetime. And you will use this relationship, as you use all your intimate relationships, to lessen your guilt or to intensify it. Dogmatic rules about marriage and children are not helpful if you would walk this path. I have asked you to love all equally. That includes your spouse and your children. If you walk away from your spouse and children without full forgiveness and completion, you are simply postponing what must inevitably happen if you are to find peace. Does it matter how long it takes? No, not to me, but I would not be honest with you if I did not tell you that the longer you wait, the more pain you will experience. Is it ever right, you ask, to take the life of an unborn child? I must tell you that it is never right to take a life, under any circumstances. Does that mean that it will not happen? No, that is for sure. And when it does happen, one needs to have compassion for all those involved. Religious righteousness. Your job is not to condemn, but to understand and to bless. Only those who are full of pride think that they have exclusive understanding of the truth and the right to judge or teach others. The Christian religion, the religion that purports to be inspired by me, is riddled with countless cases of spiritual pride. It is inevitable, I suppose, that someone will always be looking for a soapbox to stand on. And others who are uncertain in their own faith will listen to him and call him Messiah. Proclaiming his teaching, they will neglect the wisdom that lies within their own hearts. But such idols inevitably fall, and when they do, the fears of the followers come to light for healing. The one who stands on the soapbox may be foolish, but the one who listens to him is more foolish still. And more foolish than both is the one who condemns either one. You need to learn to let others live and learn. The only help that you can offer them comes through your acceptance and love and not through your judgment. I am not one to condemn adultery, or divorce, or abortion. For if I were to condemn these situations, those involved in them would be crucified. You would have yet another inquisition, another holy war pitting good against evil, just against unjust. Your job is not to condemn, but to understand and to bless. Your job is to see the fear in people's eyes and remind them that they are loved. Why would you beat, burn, or excommunicate those who are most in need of your love? Please do not try to bring me to the level of your fear and attribute your fearful, misguided words to me. Stop your insanity. You have misunderstood. You are mistaken. My teaching is about love, not about judgment, condemnation, or punishment. I have given you only 2 rules, to love God and to love each other. Those are the only rules you need. Do not ask me for more. Do not ask me to take sides in your soap opera battles. Am I pro-life or pro-choice? How could I be one without also being the other? It is not possible. When the truth comes to you, you will no longer need to attack your brother. Even if you think you are right and he is wrong, you will not attack him with the truth, but offer him your understanding and your support. And together you will move closer to the truth because of the love and gentleness you share. Every time I give a teaching, someone makes it into a stick to beat people with. Please, my friends, words that are used to beat people up cannot come from me. I have offered you the key to door within. Please use it, and do not worry about the thoughts and actions of others. Work on yourself. When you have established the truth in your own heart, then you can go out and share that truth with others. Do not be a mouthpiece for words and beliefs you have not brought fully into the rhythms of your life. All who extend my teaching do so from the same level of consciousness as me. Otherwise what they extend cannot be my teaching. Chapter 2, Right Relationship. Your own pain is enough to work on. Don't exacerbate it by taking on another's suffering. There is only one way that you will find genuine fulfillment in your life, and that is to learn to love and accept yourself. With that as a foundation, relationships cease to be traumatic. Perhaps that is because one does not bring such intense expectations to them. When you know how to be with yourself, it is not so difficult to be with another. However, if your life is a flight from self, how can you expect any relationship to be grounded? It just is not possible. All you have are a clash of wings in a crowded sky. In your time, with the breakup of both extended and nuclear family structures, more people are struggling to make contact with the ground. Existential rhythms of acceptance and love have been destroyed. Trust is barely alive in the hearts of the majority of people. This happens whenever the old dies and the new is born. It is a time of trauma and transition. Recognize this. Do not seek outside yourself for happiness in a time of great trauma. What you catch in the net of your seeking will be more than you bargained for. Your own pain is enough to work on. Don't exacerbate it by taking on another's suffering. If you want to dance with another, root yourself first. Learn to hear your own guidance. Dialogue with the hurt child and the divine host within. Practice forgiveness and compassion for yourself. Be with your experience and learn from it. Stay in the rhythm of your life. Be open to others, but do not go out of your way to find them. Those who know how to dance will meet you halfway. It will not be a struggle. This is how it should be. If you are at peace with your partner, you are in right relationship. If you are not at peace, then your relationship is inappropriate or premature. Inappropriate relationships exacerbate the abuse patterns of the past. Learning in such meetings is painful. A better choice can and should be made. But in order to make that better choice, one must be able to ask unabashedly for what one wants. If you let another dictate the terms of the relationship, don't be surprised if you don't feel honored. You know what feels good to you and what does not. Say what you need, speak your truth, and be firm in your commitment to your own healing. Only through your commitment to honor yourself can you attract a partner willing to do the same. These are simple truths, but they are not practiced. Over and over again, you compromise, play by other people's rules, and betray yourself. By now, you should be tired of repeating the lesson and exacerbating the wound. I will say this to you as clearly as I can: if you do not know how to take care of yourself, and if you are not willing to do so, nobody else will take care of you. Your lack of love and commitment to yourself attracts people with similar lessons into your vibrational field. Then you will simply mirror back to each other that lack of self-understanding and self-commitment. Commitment to another is impossible without commitment first to self. This is important. Those who try to act in a selfless way are putting the cart before the horse. Embrace the self first and then you can go beyond it. What I am suggesting is not selfishness. It is the ultimate surrender to the divine within. The beloved comes into being with the commitment to self. He manifests outwardly as soon as that commitment is trustworthy. Then the outer commitment and the inner one go together. In worshipping the beloved, one worships the divine self that lives in many bodies. This is sacred relationship. Few meet the beloved in this life, for few have learned to honor themselves and heal from the inside out. However, you can be one of these few if you are willing to commit to your own healing. Make that commitment and the beloved is put on notice. Take this simple vow: I pledge that I will no longer betray or violate myself in any relationship. I will communicate how I think and feel honestly, with compassion for the other, but without attachment to how he or she receives my communication. I trust that by telling the truth and honoring myself, I am in communion with the beloved. I will no longer try to make a relationship work by sacrificing myself to try to meet my partner's needs. Marriage. Marriage is not a tie that binds but one that releases. Marriage begins first in the hearts of both partners. In all loving relationships, one wishes the best for the other person. One is willing even to give the partner up if he could thereby find a greater happiness. Contrary to popular belief, marriage is not a tie that binds but one that releases. One wants the greatest happiness for the partner in the same way that one wants the greatest happiness for oneself. One loves the partner as one loves oneself, with an equal love. Marriage extends to the partner the same caring, loving intention with which one embraces oneself. It is not a new gesture, but an extension of a familiar one. Marriage is not a promise to be together throughout all eternity, for no one can promise that. It is a promise to be present now. It is a vow that must be renewed in each moment if it is to have meaning. In truth, you can be married in one moment and not in the next. Marriage is therefore a process, a journey of becoming fully present to oneself and the other. All couples would do well to remember frequently what their commitment is. To lose sight of the commitment is to desecrate the marriage. Adulterous affairs are just the unfortunate outcome of a lack of intimacy between the partners. They are not the problem, but the symptom of the problem. When you are truly committed to your partner, it is impossible to betray him or her. For to betray the partner is like betraying the self. You just cannot do it. You may experience an attraction to another person, but you do not have a desire to be with that other person. You do not fantasize about what it would be like to take that person to bed. When you are married, the urge to sexual union is an important part of the sacrament. Marriage is meant to be a full chakra embrace. Sexual passion is part of a greater attraction to be with the person. Whenever it splits off, sex becomes an attack. Many married people engage in non-devotional sex. This is the beginning of a process of fragmentation that often culminates in infidelity. However, this could not happen unless one first desecrated the relationship with the partner by engaging in non-loving, non-surrendered sex. When love is mutual and the partners are surrendered to one another emotionally, sexuality is completely uplifting and sacred. Nothing outside could threaten the relationship. However, when communication in the relationship becomes careless and shoddy, when time is not taken for one-to-one intimacy, the relationship becomes a shell in which one hides. Energy and commitment disappear from the relationship, and sex becomes an act of physical betrayal. Communion can be restored if there is mutual willingness and trust. For the goal of full chakra union is realized entirely through love, energy, and attention. Divorce. It is unethical to try to hold others against their will. Relationships ultimately end themselves. The energy and interest is simply not there anymore. The road to divorce begins with the recognition that there is no longer a shared purpose and a mutual energetic attraction. Not all relationships are meant to be marriages. Some are temporary learning experiences lasting a few months or a few years. Unfortunately, people marry before they know in their hearts they have found a lifetime partner. But, as long as the mistake is mutually acknowledged, no harm is done. Shame about making a mistake in marriage does not serve anyone. Lots of people make these mistakes. Some people suffer with their mistakes, staying in their relationships long after they have lost their sacredness. Others bail out of their relationships too soon, before they have learned their lessons and come to completion with their partners. This is not a new story. Divorce, like marriage, begins first in the hearts of the partners. It is an organic process of disentanglement. When people have gone as far together as they are capable of or willing to go, divorce is the only humane solution. It is unethical to try to hold another person against his or her will. At best, the divorce happens in the context of gratitude toward the partner for the time shared. As such, it is not a separation, but a completion. It would be dishonest to suggest that children are not wounded by the divorce of their parents. On the other hand, they are also wounded by the unwillingness of their parents to love and respect each other. If the detachment of divorce helps the partners to come back into mutual respect, then it can be progressive for the children. Children benefit whenever they see adults acting in a loving and respectful manner to one another. However, in a healing divorce situation, parents must focus intently on providing consistent attention to the children so that they do not feel abandoned or blamed. The importance of this cannot be overemphasized. Process and boundaries. Honest communication restores the feeling of love and connection. Learning to be in a relationship requires an understanding of boundaries. You need to be responsible for your own thoughts, feelings, words, and actions so that you don't project your fears and insecurities onto your partner. Nothing is more confusing in a relationship than the cycle of mutual, reactive projection. While the pain of interpersonal conflict may eventually lead to greater consciousness, there are gentler ways to learn. To learn gently, choose a partner who desires a conscious relationship and is willing to take responsibility for facing his or her fears. Choose a partner you like and respect, a partner who can hold a safe, loving space for you. Do not settle for less. Then begin to practice the following simple process whenever you and your partner are not experiencing peace together. Identify your fear. Fear is at the root of all negative, stressful emotions, including anger and hurt. Be with your feelings long enough to identify the root fear. Exaggerate the fear if necessary. Identify how you see yourself as a victim. Peace leaves our hearts only when we think it is possible for someone else to do something to us against our will. How specifically do you feel powerless in this situation? Own the fear and the feelings of victimhood and state them to the other person in a way that takes total responsibility for your experience. E.g., when you didn't call, I felt afraid that I was going to be abandoned. I feel weak and powerless when I depend on you to love me in a particular way. Ask the person to listen to what you say without judging it or responding to it. Check to see if the person understood you, so that you can feel completely heard. Ask the person if he has feelings, not judgments or defenses, about what you have communicated. Listen without judgment or interpretation to what the person shares with you and acknowledge that you heard it. Thank each other for making the space to listen. Don't try to resolve anything now. Just feel good about hearing each other. Agree to talk again if either of you has more feelings or some insight into what happened. This process works because it helps both of you take total responsibility for your feelings in any situation. When you own what you are feeling and communicate it, the other person does not feel attacked, because you are disclosing information about yourself rather than blaming him or her for your experience. This keeps appropriate boundaries intact and does not invite mutual trespass. The process also succeeds because it does not focus on fixing either the other person or yourself. The only outcome that is desired here is increased communication, in a non-threatening way, of what each person is feeling. Honest, heart-to-heart communication restores the feeling of love and connection. When that happens, problems, which are merely symptoms of separation and disconnection, disappear. Trying to focus on the problem merely reinforces it. The energy goes to fixing the separation rather than understanding its cause. All need to fix comes from an assumption that something is wrong, and, if something is wrong, usually someone is made wrong. It is more healing to start with the assumption that nothing is wrong. You just have a feeling you are holding which you need to communicate. Holding back feelings is the beginning of separation. Sharing them is the ending of it. This is the ebb and flow of all relationships. The key is to own your feelings first and then communicate them to your partner. Don't try to communicate your feelings until you have taken responsibility for them, or you will be moving into shame and blame. But once you own your fear, your hurt, or your anger, communicating it helps you to be more honest and authentic with your partner, and that leads to greater intimacy. Daily rituals of intimacy and peace. Soften the hard shell of your life and let your partner's love in. Just as the quality of your relationship with yourself can be measured by the amount of time you consciously give to being with yourself, so the quality of your relationship with another can be measured by the amount of time you consciously give to being together. Find ways to honor and take care of yourself while being with your partner. Communicate to your partner what is peaceful and nurturing for you. Choose certain rituals which sustain you both to practice together on a daily and weekly basis. Each day, celebrate your commitment to each other by spending at least 5 minutes of quiet time looking silently into each other's eyes. Practice softening the hard shell of your life and letting your partner's love in. Remember why you chose to walk with this being at your side and reconfirm your commitment to his or her highest good. Start the day with the gift of your love for each other, and then offer it to God. Pray for a day of learning, loving, and self-disclosure. Pray to open your heart to each person who comes into your life. Pray to walk through your fears. Pray to be of help. Pray to listen for your guidance. Each day remember each other and remember God. In this way, the spiritual purpose of your partnership is renewed. Each night before you go to bed, repeat this ritual. Give thanks for all that happened that day to help you open your heart and walk through your fears. Give any unresolved issues back to God with your willingness to do what is for the highest good of all concerned. Let any uneasiness with your partner be cleared. Looking into each other's eyes, let your hearts be open. Move into making love with gratitude and celebration. Sex is bodily communion. Making love is a sacred act. The enjoyment of your sensuality is essential for the full unfolding of your relationship. It is nothing to be afraid of or ashamed of. It is to be celebrated as a gift from God. Some people have trouble accepting their own sexuality and seek to impose their dysfunctions on others. Pay them no mind. They have their own difficult lessons in this life. The only sexual expression that is reprehensible is sex without love. Some people are addicted to this kind of object-oriented sex. They try to find their satisfaction through the pleasure of orgasm. This never works, because after the peak of every orgasm is the trough of existential contact with the partner. If you love the person you are with, the trough will be a peaceful, comforting space. If you do not love the person, the trough will feel hollow and uncomfortable. Sex without love is ultimately unsatisfactory and addictive. More will always be needed. More sex, more partners, more stimulation. But more is never enough. When you engage in sexual activity with someone you do not love, you dishonor yourself and the other person. Sex without love lays the foundation for abuse. If you wish to save yourself much grief, do not engage in sexual behavior with someone you don't love. Even if you are in a loving partnership, do not engage in sexual behavior when your heart is not open to your partner. Sex without love, under any guise, fragments the energy of your union and exacerbates your emotional wounds. This is common sense, yet how many of you practice it? Don't be sloppy in your behavior with your partner. Don't close your eyes and go unconscious. The beloved deserves your full attention. Weekly rituals. In our tradition, the Sabbath has always been a holy time. Once per week, gather together with others in fellowship to remember the divine within each of you. In our tradition, the Sabbath has always been a holy time. It is a time when the whole community assembles to remember its vow to take its direction from God. On the Sabbath, you take a break from the ebb and flow of worldly affairs. You give thanks to God for all the joys in your life and you ask for His help in meeting the challenges. Together you pray for understanding and peace. Together you create a safe space where people may open their hearts and move through their fears. Honesty and self-disclosure are welcomed in a non-judgmental, mutually supportive atmosphere. Suffering is acknowledged, shared, and released. No block or disease standing between you and another is allowed to remain heavy on your heart or his. This is a place of confession and atonement. It is a place where the misfortunes and misunderstandings of your worldly experience can be righted in the forgiving light of unconditional acceptance and love. Here the couple and the nuclear family find the extended family, the community, containing a diversity of human beings, black and white, old and young, male and female, rich and poor, educated and untaught. Here the individual's heart is open to all her brothers and sisters. Here she declares her equality and her solidarity with other women and men. In every community, there should be a safe, loving, non-judging space open to all. If there is no such space in your city or town, perhaps this is where your ministry begins. The simple prerequisite is your willingness to join with another human being in the goal of loving and supporting each other unconditionally. There is no soapbox here, no podium for teachers to preach their selfing gospels. This is not a place where beliefs are espoused, but where the principles of love and equality are practiced. It is a place of forgiveness, a place where you are safe to leave the past behind and open up to the miracle of the present moment. Leave all idols behind when you enter the door of this sanctuary. Leave behind all your struggles for self-worth, approval, money, or fame. Here recognition is given to you freely and without conditions. Here you are an equal child of God, a brother or a sister to each one who gathers with you. Support the community with your time, your energy, the money you earn using your skills and talents. When every member gives according to his or her ability, sufficient resources are gathered to support the sanctuary and its program of service to the community. Remember, keep it small and simple. To maintain intimacy and integrity, spiritual communities should not exceed 100 active adult members. Anything larger than this becomes an institution and ceases to be responsive to the needs of its members. The simplest form of spiritual community is the affinity group, a group of 8 to 10 people who are committed to practicing forgiveness and learning to love each other unconditionally. The affinity group is a new paradigm spiritual community that has a facilitator rather than a leader or teacher. In the affinity group, no one is allowed to try to change, fix, or heal anyone else. Self-forgiveness and healing happen in the group when the individual is willing to stop playing the role of victim and begins to take responsibility for his thoughts, feelings, and actions. The group does not pretend to have the answer for any of its members. It simply extends to each individual again and again the recognition of his innocence. Members freely and abundantly offer their love and receive it in return. Often, they feel connected to each other in a profoundly intimate way that cannot be put into words. Indeed, each person gathered there is experienced as the beloved. As members of the group learn to perceive each other's innocence, they hold it not just for themselves, but for all of God's children. Undoing shame. Every evil you perceive in the world points to an unforgiving place in your own heart. Shame leads to an upside-down perception of the world. You believe that you are bad, damaged, or unworthy, and you project that belief onto all your brothers and sisters. Every time you make a judgment of another human being, you are reinforcing your own shame. Peace cannot come to the world until it comes into your own heart. And it cannot come into your heart as long as you see enemies or evil people outside of you. Every evil you perceive in the world points to an unforgiving place in your own heart that is calling out for healing. So please stop judging others. Stop the game of shame and blame. Every judgment you make eventually returns home. It is not others you are condemning, but yourself. The whole drama of salvation is played out in your own mind. Apart from your judgments there is no hell. Apart from your love, there is no heaven. You like to pretend that there is an evil not connected to your shame and your judgments, but it is not true. Every evil and every devil you perceive is a projection of your shame. Do not see the drama happening outside of you or you will lose the key to the kingdom. The drama of shame and blame must be shifted in your mind. It cannot be resolved externally. You are the one who holds the key to the kingdom. I invite you to use it. By shifting your own conscious from fear to love, the drama of shame and blame comes to an end. Bridges of forgiveness are built between you and your enemies. This is a circular world. What you are willing to give to others you give to yourself. If you offer committed love, love that overlooks faults and soars above judgments, how can any less be returned to you? In truth, thought and action are simultaneous. As soon as you have the thought I am not worthy, an experience comes in to confirm that thought. This is not a punishment from God, but a testimony to the power of your mind. Do not blame God for the apparent misfortune you receive. Do not blame your parents, your neighbor, your spouse, or your children. Do not even blame yourself. Simply ask to see everything in your life free of judgment. See how you called for it and it faithfully answered your call. See this without beating yourself up. See this without beating the stranger who came to your door to deliver the message. Just see it in surrender, in reconciliation with yourself, your brother, and your God. Everything that happens in your life is part of your experience of God. If your experience feels painful, ask, what can I learn from this pain? Do not ask the pain to go away. Do not reject the lesson. For every lesson turned away comes again in another guise. Ask instead, what would you have me learn here, Lord? The Father and Mother of creation ask only for what contributes to your awakening. Their love for you is both gentle and fierce. One type of love is not enough. The love of both Father and Mother are necessary. Pray to Father for courage and to Mother for gentleness. With courage, walk through your fears. With gentleness, open your heart. Forgiving your parents. You cannot extend forgiveness to another until you have claimed it for yourself. Your success in your career and intimate relationships depends to a large extent upon your willingness to heal with your parents and get on with your life. If you are still blaming your parents for the difficulties of your life, your connection to love and your own creative power will remain blocked. Is your problem with the male or female principle, with the father or the mother, or both? Problems with the male principle translate into an inability to understand and fulfill one's creative life purpose. Problems with the female principle translate into an inability to develop loving, intimate relationships. Generally, when there is a problem on one side of the equation, there is an overcompensation on the other. Balance can only be restored by honoring both parents and their contribution to your awakening, no matter how difficult that contribution seemed. Since all unconscious behavior is abusive, and all humans are to some degree unconscious, there is no human being on the planet who has not abused others or been abused. When you pick up a stone to throw at someone you judge harshly, ask, how can I judge? How can I know the painful place from which this act has arisen? Be in touch with your own pain, your own reactive behavior, and feel compassion for this brother or sister who is also in pain. Whatever abuse you experience in your life must ultimately be forgiven. When it is forgiven, you no longer hold on to the violation. You release the shame. First you forgive yourself. Then you forgive your abuser. Do not try to do it the other way around. You cannot extend forgiveness to another until you have claimed it for yourself. When you come to peace with your parents and accept them as equals, then your healing of the past is complete. You no longer wish them to change to meet your expectations, nor do you feel any need to change to meet theirs. You rest in mutual acceptance. As equals, you bless them. You respect their achievements and have compassion for their challenges and mistakes. When you are complete with your parents, you stop creating parental lessons in your intimate relationships. You end the cycle of unconscious, reactive behavior and attract a partner who challenges you to take the next step in your growth. The soulmate or life partner comes into your life when your parental lessons are resolved. Then the man stops finding his mother in his wife and trying to be her husband, and the woman stops finding her father in her husband and trying to be his wife. Unconscious, abusive relationships come to an end or transform themselves, and the stage is set for the journey of conscious, committed intimacy. Spiritual marriage. Once you meet the beloved in form, your life cannot continue on as it was. A soulmate relationship is an exploration of the dynamics of equality, mutual trust, and respect. It is a mature relationship that requires good communication skills, generally learned through the forgiveness process in previous relationships. In a sense, All of your past relationships prepare you for full participation in this one. The soulmate cannot manifest until there is honesty and clarity in all of your relationships. If you are abandoning a previous marriage partner or your children in order to be with a new lover, you might as well face facts. You cannot find the soulmate by abandoning any other human being. Genuine love never results in cruel behavior toward another. This does not mean that you cannot revise your commitments, but it does mean that you do so with respect and concern for others. Your soulmate cannot enter your life until you honor yourself and others fully. As you become ready for this relationship, you are internally directed toward him or her. In the acknowledgement of your life partner comes a shift in the ground of being. No longer do you live just for your own peace and happiness. Your partner's peace and happiness is as important as you own. You enter a new stage in your life journey. One becomes externalized as two, and two become inner-directed as one. Out of your union comes a work that could not be accomplished till now. Together, you accept your spiritual purpose, and fulfill it gracefully as your relationship unfolds and radiates love to all the people in your experience. Once you meet the beloved in form, your life cannot continue on as it was. All that is separately held must be released. The isolated self must die so that the self as partner can be born. Spiritual communities. When you offer love, those who need that love will find you. Committed love extends without effort to others who are ready to receive it. Gradually, those who join in sacred union are guided into small affinity communities of people committed to holding a safe, loving space for each other. The extension of the safe, loving space happens naturally. There is never any urgency about it. It is not a doing, but an allowing. If there is ever any need to proselytize, convert, or build membership in the spiritual community, the space will no longer be safe. Growth happens because there is a natural tendency for that which is loving and healing to attract that which needs healing and love. Since this happens magnetically, there is no need to go seeking outside. The environments in which this is needed are endless: schools, hospitals, shelters, prisons, you name them. Through this simple ministry, a space of emotional safety is established in communities around the world. People begin to create the love they want and a spiritual renaissance begins on the planet. Consciousness is shifting now. The age of the individual is coming to an end. Once the needs of the individual are met through the commitment to self-care, the capacity for genuine intimacy unfolds. Sacred relationships are formed and abusive relationships are transformed. As you open to love, you become a channel through which God's love can flow to others. There is no mystery in this. As soon as you make space for God in your heart, He brings the stranger to your doorstep. As soon as you make space for God in your community, He brings the outcasts and the disenfranchised into the sanctuary of your church. That is the way of spirit. When you offer love, those who are in need of that love will find you. Your job is simply to maintain the integrity of what you offer. Keep the space safe for yourself and others. Practice forgiveness and be compassionate with each other. Do not interpret another's experience or pretend to know what is good for her. Accept and honor each person as she is. Make a space for her in your heart. That is how she is brought to God. Through your loving presence. Chapter 3: No Other Gods. God is a living presence in your life. The door to the divine presence opens through your heart. It opens through your kindness to yourself. It opens through your gentle acceptance of yourself in any moment. It opens through your embrace of your experience, through your willingness to be with whatever is happening in this moment. The door to the divine presence opens through your kindness and gentle acceptance of others as they are in this moment. It opens through your willingness to be with them whatever they are thinking and feeling, without judging them or trying to fix them. It opens through the attention and the blessings you freely extend toward others. The door to the divine presence opens through your simple remembrance of God in any moment. It opens when you know that you are not alone, that every decision you make can be given over to God. The door opens when you no longer need to be in charge of your life, when you no longer need to make reality fit your pictures of how it should be. It opens when you can surrender everything you think you know and come to each moment empty of expectations. If you want to find God, stop looking for her in sacred books and religious practices. That is not where you will find her. If you want to find her, open your heart. Be gentle with yourself and others. See your judgments for what they are, the obstacle to peace. Stop resisting your experience. Stop withholding your love and pushing the love of others away. Stop playing the victim. Stop blaming others for your grief or your pain. Open to it all. Tell the truth about your pain. Let yourself feel the pain of others without trying to fix them. Be with it all and God will be with you. Be in the silence of your own heart. Let your thoughts come and go until the space between them opens. Let your feelings of anxiety, boredom, frustration come and go until a softness comes into your heart, a patience with yourself, a forgiveness that rides in and out on each breath. Let peace come into your heart, all by itself. As you allow space to be there without needing to fill it, feel the presence that comes in. That is the Spirit of God, grace, call it what you will. It abides in you and with you now, for you have left striving behind. You have left your judgments and wounds like empty shoes at the threshold of this sacred space. In your heart now, there is only love, only blessings. This is the divine embrace. Once you have tasted the absolute joy of this communion, you will not want to be without it. You will find a few moments every day to breathe and be, to let the world spill out from your mind, to let peace come into your heart. You will do this not out of duty or the search for approval but because it is sheer bliss. God is a living presence in your life, not an abstraction. She offers you an ongoing relationship, a companionship that goes beyond the limits of form. When everything else dissolves, her presence remains with you. The only authority. Accept no other teaching than the one of your heart. That alone is God's teaching. Do not expect your relationship with God to look like anyone else's or you will sabotage the relationship. God's presence in your life is totally unique. Don't try to measure your spirituality by comparing what happens for you with what happens for others. Don't accept any intermediary between you and God. Reject all gurus and teachers. Do not make the mistake of thinking that someone else has more spiritual knowledge than you do. That is preposterous. Anyone who is close to God knows that it is you who gives God permission to be present in your life, only you. The attachment to the ideas and concepts of others interferes with the clarity of your direct connection to Spirit. Reject magical thinking. Let go of potions and formulas. Forget what you think you know. Forget what you have been taught. Come to God empty and surrendered. This is a time when all the idols must be rejected. All forms of external authority must be stripped of their power. Cultivate your relationship with God directly. Enter the silence of your own heart. Talk to God. Pray and ask for guidance. Open the dialogue and listen for God's answers within and in the signs that she sends into your life. Get to know God in your own experience. Accept no substitutes. Forget the priests, the psychics, the shamans who would give you answers. They are the blind leading the blind. And know absolutely that any message of fear does not come from God or from me. Any message that disempowers you or puts you down comes from a false prophet, a manipulator, an avenger. Turn away from such teachings, but send love and compassion to those who profess them, for they are in great pain. Neither take a teacher nor be one. Be a brother or a sister instead. Prescribe not for others nor let them prescribe for you, but listen to the voice of God and be guided by it. For you do not know. Your brother and sister do not know. Only God knows. Accept no substitutes. Forget your esoteric teachings, your psychologies, and your holy books. None of them can lead you to peace. Accept no other teaching than the one of your heart. That alone is God's teaching. Do not take communion in a hall where fools preside and the flock is mentally and spiritually asleep. Those who wish to be told what to do will find out soon enough that no one has the answers for them. Do not give your power to impostors. Accept only God's teaching into your life and take communion in the silence where you meet her. You, my friend, are enough. You are sufficient. All the jewels of knowledge can be found within your own mind. All the joys of spirit can be discovered in your own heart. Gather with others in mutual appreciation and gratitude to God, but do not take direction from one another. Instead, honor each other's experience. It is sacred. It is beyond comment or evaluation. Celebrate your common experience. Meditate and pray together. Break bread together. Give, receive, serve together. But accept no other authority in your life but God's. Each of you is guided in a unique way and has unique gifts to offer. Celebrate that guidance and those gifts. But do not try to give your guidance to another and do not accept another's guidance if he offers it to you. That is a false gift. For what works for one will not necessarily work for another. The only advice you can give to the seeker is this: seek for truth within your own heart, for there alone can you find it. Share your experience. Your story can inspire others, but the boundaries of such an offering are clear. It is your experience, not a prescription for others. Whatever truth someone else sees in it is the truth he is meant to receive. This, of course, will be different for each person. Ultimately, you alone are responsible for the beliefs you accept. Someone can tell you terrible lies, but it will never be his responsibility that you believed them. So do not waste your time blaming the guru, the cult, or the church. Thank them instead. Tell them how grateful you are to them for pointing you on the true path. Without seeing their weakness and hypocrisy, you would have continued to idolize them and give your power away. Now you can reclaim your power and resume your path to peace. Whether they realized it or not, they have done you a great service. Any abuser is a great teacher. He or she teaches you clearly what you are to avoid. Indeed, negative and positive teachings go hand in hand in building the character of the seeker. If you doubt this, Think of the ones who sit in mesmerized bliss idolizing a teacher who takes their money, their sexual favors and their power, and be thankful you have awakened from that kind of sleep. Everybody at one time or another gives his power away, only to learn to take it back. That is an important and profound lesson on the spiritual path. Be grateful if you have learned this lesson. It means you are closer to your own truth, and if you are closer to your own truth, you are closer to God, the universal truth. You come to oneness not through conformity, but through authenticity. When you have the courage to be yourself, you find the highest truth you are capable of receiving. Then, you are not threatened by others. You interact with them honestly and work to support the common good. An authentic person does not capitulate to any form of authority. He knows that people suffer when they give up their power to others. But those who usurp the power of others also pay a high price. Those who hold hostages must house and feed them. They spend most of their time building prisons. They will not find freedom, for they do not give it. Freedom comes to the self when one rejects all forms of external authority and when one refuses to be an authority for anyone else. Paradoxically, that is also the moment in which the self becomes self. I urge you to claim what is yours. Empower yourself. Empower others. Be a brother, a sister, a friend, but accept no other teacher than the one who lives inside your heart. The caterpillar dreaming of wings. Finding your true inner authority is the work of a lifetime. Your true inner authority does not submit to the wants and needs of other people, however cleverly disguised. Nor does it submit to your own wants and needs, which are inevitably perceived in fear. The true authority of your heart blesses you and knows that you are completely loved and completely safe. It does not want. It does not need. It does not seek approval from others. True inner authority is rock solid and self-nurtured. It moves perpetually toward its greatest joy without harming others. It knows without hesitation that its joy is not at odds with the joy of others. It serves others not out of sacrifice but through the extension of an inner joy that is constantly bubbling up and spilling over. It is totally committed to its own truth and totally welcoming of others. It seeks not to convert others to its own experience, nor to push them away. It merely rests in its experience, content, full, willing to share. Finding your true inner authority is the work of a lifetime. You begin by understanding what it is not. It is not the desire to please others and obtain their approval, nor is it the desire to please self at the expense of others. It is not drawn outward into other people's dramas, nor inward into personal wants and needs. Call it God. Call it your higher self. Call it your Christ mind or your Buddha mind. Names do not matter. You access it through your own stillness, by sinking through the superficial dichotomies of mind into the depths of the heart. And there, not surprisingly, you encounter God not as other, but as self. In the silence, there is just a single heartbeat. You see, if you were not already living in God's heart, you could not find your way there. Yet you do. Each of you, in some moment, stumbles on your absolute atonement and bliss. It comes so quickly you wonder if it was real. But, in fact, it was always real, always present, always awaiting your visitation, your openness of mind and heart. Sit for a moment in profound forgiveness of yourself and everything in your experience, and you will dissolve the walls which appear to hold you apart from God's grace. Moving into that grace, the world as you know it disappears with your judgments of it. This is revelation. It is parting of the veil. Do not make the mistake of thinking that this experience happens only to the chosen few. It happens to everyone. It is your destiny. You will awaken, because you cannot sleep forever. You cannot be in resistance forever. You cannot be in pain forever. Sooner or later there is a letting go of resistance and withdrawal. There is nothing to defend and nowhere to hide. You become visible and vulnerable. You accept the experience of others without judging it or trying to change it. You stop reacting, defending yourself or running away. You no longer withhold your love or push away the love of others. This is the birth of the Christ consciousness within you. It is the indwelling Spirit of God come to rest in your heart. Now you and God are not separate but are one. You talk about the Trinity, but you do not understand it. Who is the Holy Spirit but the indwelling Christ, the Spirit of God that dwells in the heart of the Son? And who is the Son but you or me, or any other human being who knows his divine origin? I will tell you this plainly. The human must die that the divine be born. Not because it is bad, but because it is the shell that holds the spirit. It is the cocoon that holds the wings of the butterfly. But you do not have to wait until the moment of your physical death for the human to die into the divine. You can make this transition now if you are willing to stop resisting, defending, hiding, projecting shame and blame. Right now you are like the caterpillar in the cocoon. You can't run away, because your legs have disappeared. You are afraid to push through, but you really have no choice. It is not possible to go back to being a caterpillar. You will emerge from the dark shadows of your fear one wing at a time. It is only a matter of time before you claim your wings and learn to fly. Salvation. You are the way, the truth, and the life, just as I was. It is you, not me, that brings your salvation. For you are the only one who can own your experience and lift it up. You are the one who brings the love you have sought from others. You are the one who rescues yourself from abusive relationships. Only when you know that you are the light bearer does the darkness disappear. But before you can become the light bearer, you must walk through your own darkness. When there is nothing about yourself or anyone else that you are afraid to look at, the darkness has no more hold over you. Then you can walk through the darkness and be the light. To pretend to be the light bearer before you have faced your own fear is to be a pretender, an unhealed healer, a sham. All unhealed healers eventually come off their pedestals. Where there is only the pretension to light, the darkness still prevails. To be the light you must embrace the darkness. You must come to terms with the ego mind and see its absolute futility. You must learn to look at fear with love in your heart. You must know that all fear is alike and all fear betrays a lack of love. And you must learn to answer fear with love. Love is the answer to your deepest sense of separation. Once you take the torch of truth up for yourself and bring love to the wounded parts of your mind, you take back your power. You surrender your victimhood. You can no longer be unfairly treated. Where does love come from? It comes from you. You are the way, the truth, and the life, just as I was. Don't look for the divine outside yourself, for it cannot be found there. It can be found only in your own heart. When heaven comes to earth, when you trust the gifts that have been given you, the purpose of your life becomes clear. When does the kingdom of heaven come to earth? As soon as you accept the light, own it and become it. As soon as you open your heart and walk through your fears, as soon as you are willing to see yourself reflected in your brother's eyes. When does the Messiah come? No, not later, not even at the end of time. But now. Now is the end of time. The end of separation. Now is the end of self-crucifixion. The end of projection. The final death knell of fear. Now. Do not place salvation in the future or it will never come. Ask for it now. Accept it now. God's kingdom manifests in this moment only. In this place only. It does not require a special time. Every time is special. It does not require a special place. Every place is special. When does heaven come? When this moment is enough. When this place is enough. When this friend is enough. When these events and circumstances are acceptable. When you no longer crave something other than what stands before you in this moment. When you come to peace with what is, there is no more separation. No more wanting. No more striving. No more resisting. No more withdrawal. You are what is and it is you. You inhabit the cosmic body even as you move your physical arms and feet. You are freedom manifest in bodily form. Even if you have a physical illness or disability, there is no resentment. There is no presumption of attack. There is no guilt or perception of punishment. There is just the experience and your simple acceptance of it. There is just your innocence, however ungainly or compromised your position may look. You cannot be compromised if you are in acceptance of your life. You cannot be resentful or racked by grievances. Whatever your life is becomes the vehicle. Whatever the body looks like is acceptable. Whatever gifts you have to give are the perfect ones. It does not matter if they are not the ones you thought you would have or the ones you wanted. When you are in acceptance of your life, you do not refuse to give your gifts because they do not meet your expectations. You give them because they are there to be given, because the opportunity to give presents itself and because, in the giving of those gifts, your destiny is revealed. When you begin to trust the gifts that have been given you, the purpose of your life becomes clear. You may not be able to put it into words, but you understand. You see how every lesson, every constriction, every problem, every moment of suffering was absolutely necessary for the gift to be revealed, trusted, given, and received. When you are in acceptance of your life, you are profoundly grateful, because you see and feel that a greater intelligence is operating in your life. That intelligence rests inside your heart and the heart of all beings. It serves your good and the good of others simultaneously. Faith. Faith is the recognition of a higher good, a higher order. Faith is the perception of goodness in that which appears to be evil. It is the perception of abundance in what appears to be lacking. It is the perception of justice in that which seems unfair. Faith is the bringing of love to the unlovable. It is the bringing of compassion to the unmerciful. It is the bringing of God's presence to the places where it seems to be absent. Faith is the recognition of a higher good, a higher order, a higher truth than the one the frightened child would see. And faith is always one in the trenches. Where do you find God's presence? In the moments when you feel totally abandoned and rejected. This seems to be unfair, but it is hardly so. As long as you believe that you can be attacked, the Christ child will be perceived as an abused child. Small and defenseless, he does not fight back. He does not resist evil, because he knows evil is simply the perceived absence of love. And the perceived absence of love can be transformed only by love's presence. The strongest power in the universe seems to be so weak, so easily overpowered, crucified, and forgotten. But it is not so. All who attack the Christ must return to serve him. And they will keep coming back until they learn that he is them and therefore he cannot be destroyed. Only in the deepest pain of existence is faith in God discovered. This is no mystery. It is the moment in which you realize that everything outside you is merely a reflection of an attitude you have toward yourself. In that moment, you stop being a victim. In that moment, you know your life has been perfect just as it is and has been. When you awaken, my job will be complete. In truth, it is already complete, but you will keep returning until you know this in your heart, once and for all. The light bearer. When Lucifer is redeemed, the light comes to man. A false prophet is one who makes his ego into a god. He claims to be self-realized, free of suffering and fear, but sooner or later his behavior betrays him and he is exposed as an impostor. I have said before and I will say again, by your fruits, you will know them. Do not listen to the clever, persuasive words of those who claim spiritual authority. Look to their actions. See if what they do is at odds with what they say. If you are wise, you will not follow anyone. Then you will not be misled. But if you must find a teacher or a leader, look for one who empowers you to hear the truth in your own heart. Look for one who loves you without seeking to control you, one who is able to tell you his or her truth without expecting you to agree with it. Find a teacher who honors you and treats you with dignity and respect. Anyone who claims a special knowledge and sells it for a price is a false prophet. Anyone who needs you to bow down, agree with his opinions, or carry out his agenda is a false prophet. Anyone who withholds love to gain money or sexual favors is a false prophet. Anyone who encourages you to give away your power, your self-respect or your dignity is a false prophet. Do not abide with such people. They do not have your good at heart. They are still abusing themselves and others. Do not seek the company of one who smothers you and does not give you the freedom to be yourself. Do not accept a teacher who tries to make decisions for you. Do not accept the teachings or the friendship of one who criticizes you or blames you for his problems. Do not let anyone dictate to you or control your life. On the other hand, do not dictate to someone else. Any need you have to control another person or make decisions for that person is abusive. Do not trespass on others or seek to take away their freedom to decide for what they want. Any attempt to do so simply binds you to the wheel of suffering. What you give to others is what you get back. Do not be a victimizer or a victim. Be yourself and allow others to be themselves. The Antichrist seeks salvation and peace by controlling others. It is the attempt to force reconciliation. It never works. What lives by the sword dies by the sword. Wrong means always lead to wrong ends. However, even the Antichrist is not evil. He is simply starved for love. Being starved for love, he tries to buy it, demand it, control it. And by so doing he pushes love further away. The more love eludes him, the more vicious he gets. Often the Antichrist impersonates the Christ. The wolf appears in sheep's clothing. She seems to be gentle, compassionate, and wise, but it is all an act. As soon as she has your allegiance, her true colors appear. That is why you must be very careful. You think you are worshipping Christ, but it is not Christ you are worshipping. It is the ego in disguise. It is the scared, unhappy, angry little kid inside of you who feels unfairly treated. The wounded child is formidable only because you resist him. You are ashamed of him and push him away. All his shenanigans stem from the belief he has that he is not lovable. When you have embraced the wounded child within, his angelic presence is revealed. Lucifer is not a sinful human, but a fallen angel. When he reconnects to love, his fall is broken and he finds his wings. Lucifer means light bearer. He is the wounded child transformed into a shining being. When Lucifer is redeemed, the light comes to man. Victim and victimizer meet face to face. Equality and justice are realized. Then Antichrist's work on earth is done. The long detour is over. The long journey into fear and back is finally complete. Now you come home at last. Now you know that your innocence cannot be taken away from you. Once loved by God, you can never be abandoned by Him, even though you stray far away from the fold. The prodigal son always returns home. Dark wings to light. You cannot awaken if your heart is closed. The greatest block to spiritual awakening is the pretension that you have no pain. If you don't feel pain in your life, you are either awakened or you are in denial. There are few awakened beings on the planet and chances are you are not among them. I say this so that you can be realistic about your spiritual life. The defenses you have built to protect yourself from attack or abandonment are blocks to love's presence. They may have helped dull the pain, but they have also closed down your heart. And you cannot awaken with a closed heart. Of course, as soon as your heart opens, you feel all the pain and shame you have intellectualized or repressed. It is inevitable. So let the pain come up and be released. Be cleansed and purified. If you continue to live with the pain, you will live a terribly limited life. By feeling the pain, you begin to work it through. You see that it is not overwhelming. You see you can be with it without being destroyed. You can feel the hurt, the anger, and the betrayal you never allowed yourself to feel as a child. You cannot cease being a victim until you get in touch with why you became one in the first place. Get in touch with the self-betrayal and own it. No, don't beat yourself for it. Just own it and grieve it fully. It is a spiritual law that no one can betray you but you. Don't settle for the victim role. It keeps you from experiencing all the pain of your self-betrayal. Let the pain be released. You have carried all this too long. Very few people have done their own healing process. Even the ones who are out there trying to help others have not healed their own victim drama. How can they help you? If you need a coach, choose one who has traveled the road him or herself. And be careful, there are not many who have. If you look carefully, you can see if the darkness in them has been integrated or if they are still pushing it away. Anyone who is afraid of his own darkness cannot move toward the light. Do not accept a wounded healer, even if he has an angelic name. Find a coach without an agenda who can support in going through your dark night of the soul. Find a guide who has successfully taken the journey and has learned to be humble. Don't trust those that make big claims. They are good salesmen but lousy mentors. Find a real mentor who can tell you the truth. One who has made the journey to hell and back does not have sky fever. She is practical and grounded. She knows the dangers of blasting off into the heavens without a safe way to get back to earth. Your ego mind is the creator of your earthly experience with all its manifest pain and beauty. And you must find a way to come face to face with your ego and the fear that stands behind it. You cannot move outside your own creation. You must move in it, be with it, and learn how to shift it. God will not come as a savior to free you from a world of your own making. That is an old paradigm idea. It does not empower you. Even if it were possible, it would not be in your best interest. God comes through your own gesture of acceptance toward your ego mind. He comes in the love and compassion you bring to the wounded one within and without. He comes when you reach down to embrace the dark wings that hover in front of the doorway of your fear. These wings will not hurt you. No one is defiled no matter how great the hurt. No one is robbed of his innocence, no matter how much abuse has been given or received. You cannot come to God if you don't go through the dark night of the soul. All your fear and shame must be raised. All your feelings of separation must come up for healing. How can you rise from the ashes of your pain unless you will acknowledge the pain? Those who pretend that there is no wound cannot begin to awaken. Those who mercilessly prod the wound will find an identity there and their growth will be arrested. If you want to heal, feel the pain. Find the wound and the shame around it. Forgive yourself and the one who hurt you. Then, stand up for yourself and refuse to be a victim again. Refuse to accept what does not feel good. Say no to what you do not want and yes to what you do want. Tell the truth, even if others leave. Be firm. Be clear. Get on with your life. When you are willing to heal, your pain automatically comes up to be released. The pieces of the puzzle emerge and begin to fit together. But this doesn't happen all at once. It is a process that unfolds at its own pace and can't be rushed. You may try to run away from your pain, taking refuge in a drink, a pill, a meditation method, or a mountain cave. But your pain will follow you wherever you go. If you ignore it long enough, it will grab you when you least expect it. Pain is a wake-up call. Your awakening can be voluntary or forced, gentle or abrupt. If you receive the messenger, he will deliver the message and go away. If you refuse to open the door to him, he will come back with the sheriff and his deputies. Ending abuse. Once you become aware of the violation, your journey to healing begins. If you did not make the wound, you could not unmake it. So be glad that your suffering is no one else's fault. Celebrate the fact that redemption is possible, that you can undo what you have done. But do not beat yourself with the knowledge that you are the creator of your suffering. Your creations happen unconsciously, so in truth you do not know what you are doing. If you knew, you wouldn't do it. Becoming conscious of the way in which you abuse yourself or give others permission to abuse you is essential to undoing the abuse. Until you become aware of the dynamic, you cannot change it. You can never be held responsible for what you do not understand. Your responsibility begins with your awareness of the abuse. Once you become aware of the violation, your journey to healing begins. So pain is not bad. It is not a punishment. It is a call to awaken. Don't beat yourself with the knowledge that you made a mistake, that you acted irresponsibly. Instead, correct your errors. Atone for the mistake. Take responsibility for your behaviors so that the pattern of abuse can be undone. Pain is a call to consciousness. Do not try to anesthetize the pain to dull it or make it go away. Feel the pain and find out what caused it. Become aware of your wound and bring love to it. Until understanding dawns and responsibility is taken, new abusive situations will be created. Each of them conspires to wake you up. None of them carries the necessity of pain if you are a willing learner. Each relationship offers you the opportunity to say no to what does not honor you. If you can say no before the violation occurs, you can avoid additional suffering. But if you accept cruel, controlling or unfair treatment in exchange for the security and approval you want, you will create the conditions in which abuse continues to happen. Understand that it will not work. Love cannot be bargained for. You must wait for the real thing. When love is given to you without conditions, you know it, because it honors you. It doesn't manipulate you or demand more than you can give. Learn to love and value yourself and you will draw others into your life who do the same. You cannot receive from others what you are unable to give to yourself. Love's presence. It is a gentle, forgiving dance, not a rigid one. When you love and honor yourself, there is harmony and peace in your life. Things unfold naturally, without struggle. Grace becomes the guiding light of your life. It is the compass by which you navigate. Whenever you experience disharmony or conflict, you know you have lost your alignment with love. You know it is time to stop, breathe, and recenter. Grace is not continuous for anyone. New lessons emerge that must be learned. No matter how far the heart has opened, there will be times when it still contracts in fear. That is to be expected. Perfection is not possible. As long as you are here in a body, you cannot be mistake-free. You see how alignment happens and is lost. You see how you lose the flow of grace in your life and how you need to adjust to regain your rhythm and reconnect with the flow of life. The rhythm of the dance continues with you or without you. The breath comes in and goes out. Attention comes and goes. Self is forgotten and remembered. It is a gentle, forgiving dance, not a rigid one. This is the best life has to offer. If you are looking for more than this, you search in vain. If you are looking for absolute enlightenment, absolute certainty, you will not find it. Grace happens in the flow of life, not apart from it. And life is like a river moving from the mountains toward the sea. When it leaves the mountains, it rushes downward, impetuous, and intent to reach its goal. Then it levels out and moves for what seems like an eternity through fields and plains, separating into different streams, joining with other bodies of water. By the time it reaches the ocean, it no longer has any urgency. Instead, it has a confidence born of experience. By the time it reaches the ocean, it no longer sees itself as anything other than ocean. It rests completely in itself, without beginning or end. It will be that way with you too. When you enter fully into your life, all obstacles to love will be gently washed away. Breathing in, you will open to embrace what comes. Breathing out, you will gently release it. Chapter 4, Right Livelihood. Your gift brings joy to yourself and joy to others. The gifts you have been given in this life do not belong to you alone. They belong to everyone. Do not be selfish and withhold them. Do not imprison yourself in a lifestyle that holds your spirit hostage and provides no spontaneity or grace in your life. Risk being yourself fully. Let go of the expectations others have for you. Let go of all the shoulds and have tos and consider what thoughts and actions bring you the greatest joy. Live from the inside out, not from the outside in. To move toward your joy is not selfish. It is the magnanimous action you can perform. That is because your gift is needed. The spirit of others cannot be lifted up unless you trust your gift and give it unconditionally to the world. Consider how empty life would be if others around you chose to abandon their gifts. All that you find wonderful in life, the music, the poetry, the films, the sports, the laughter, would vanish if others withheld their gifts from you. Do not withhold your gift from others. Do not make the mistake of thinking that you have no gift to give. Everyone has a gift. But don't compare your gift to the gifts of others, or you may not value it sufficiently. Your gift brings joy to yourself and joy to others. If there is no joy in your life, it is very likely because you are withholding your gift or not sufficiently trusting it. All gifts are creative expressions of self. They reveal the self. They break down the barriers of separation and allow others to know who you are. To create is to bring an inner awareness into form. That awareness does not exist in the world in the way you would express it. Your expression of it is unique and authentic. It is fresh, honest, manifested out of your own experience. A creative person does not take direction from the outside. She does not imitate established forms. She listens within. Now she may survey the world. She may even study and scrutinize it. But then she internalizes what she sees. She takes it in and digests it. She considers it in the light of her own experience. She feels it. She owns it. She makes it hers. And then she gives it back. And what she gives back is her vision, her unique perspective, her story. And if she is honest, others will respond to her, because they hear their story in hers. They will share her vision and support her creative work. And their support will make it easier for her. The energy that she puts out will begin to come back to her. She will feel appreciated emotionally and financially. It is a beautiful process. Perhaps you have tried this and it hasn't come to fruition. Perhaps you are still struggling to manifest your gift. What am I doing wrong, you ask? Why isn't the universe supporting me? The answer is a simple one. Either what you are trying to manifest isn't your gift or you don't believe in your gift sufficiently. Well, how do I know? You inquire. Ask yourself, am I doing this because it brings me great joy or because I am seeking the approval of others? If your action is not joyful, it will not bring happiness to yourself or others. You may succeed or you may fail, but happiness will be missing. Only that which comes from your heart with great enthusiasm will prosper on all levels. Only that which you love will touch others and bring true appreciation your way. Appreciation and approval are two entirely different things. Appreciation is the natural, spontaneous flow of energy back to you when others feel connected to you and your story. There is nothing you can do to precipitate appreciation other than to be yourself and tell the truth. You simply cannot be in control of what comes back. When you have shared authentically, something essential always comes back. It may not look like what you expect, because what your ego is looking for is not appreciation, but approval. The search for approval is based on the consciousness that you are not enough. You want others to give you the love that feels missing in your life. This search is a futile one. If you feel empty and seek to be filled from the outside, others will experience your request for appreciation as an expectation or demand. They may feel manipulated and turn away from you. And then you will feel even more empty, rejected, or abused. Energy cannot return to you unless and until you put energy out. Putting out a demand is not putting out energy. It is putting out a vacuum that sucks other people's energy. It shouts out to the world, I need you to value me because I don't value myself. Unless and until you love and appreciate yourself, other people won't receive your gift no matter how hard you try to give it to them. Putting out energy means taking yourself seriously, but not too seriously. It means valuing yourself enough to be willing to share with others. It does not mean attacking people with your gifts. When you have a lot of expectations about how people should receive your gifts, you make it impossible for them to receive them. If you value your gift, it won't matter so much how others respond to it. Even if they don't give you positive feedback, you won't be dissuaded from offering your gift again and again. Happiness and personal fulfillment flow from the commitment you make to yourself. This commitment will be tested again and again. Over and over, you will be asked by the universe to offer your gift in the face of criticism, skepticism, or apparent lack of appreciation. And each time rejection comes, you will be faced with the decision, do I do this again? If the gift is false, sooner or later you will stop offering it. It will become apparent to you that your expectations are not going to be met and that continuing to offer your services is a way of beating yourself up. So you will stop attacking yourself by offering a gift that no one wants. On the other hand, if the gift is true, you will learn from apparent failure and rejection. You will learn to value the gift more deeply and to offer it more authentically. You will gradually stop attacking people with your gift and start creating a more loving space in which the gift can be offered and received. An authentic gift will develop as you trust it. A false gift will not. The former is the gift of spirit and it is your responsibility to nurture it into existence. The latter is the expectation of your ego, which must be surrendered if your true gifts are to emerge. Nurturing the gift. You can't hold on to your gift and give it away at the same time. Your gift always lies where your joy and enthusiasm run deepest. The only difficulty you will have in recognizing your gift is that it may not fit your pictures of what a gift is supposed to be. Suppose, for example, you have excellent listening skills. People come to you with their life dramas and leave happier and more peaceful. Over and over again, others tell you they like being around you. They feel that you accept them as they are. They feel empowered by you. You don't seem to take on their problems. And your presence has an uplifting effect on people. You don't do anything in particular, so you can't understand there is a gift involved here. You keep looking for the gift outside of your experience. You think, maybe I should go back to school and be a librarian. But you already have 2 master's degrees. You've already had all the training you need. Training is not the issue. Changing careers is not the issue. The issue is that the gift is staring you in the face and you refuse to see it. You think the gift is a doing, but it's not. The gift is a way of being that is effortless and exultant. It comes naturally to you. It immediately and palpably brings joy to others. Well, you think, maybe I should go back to school and get a degree in counseling. Nobody will want to come to me and pay me money unless I have a degree. But you miss the point. It doesn't matter what you do. We are not talking about a doing, but a way of being. Whatever you do, you can express your gift. You don't need a special role, a special platform. Seeking a special role is a way of pushing the gift away. It's saying, this gift doesn't really meet my expectations. It can't support me. Why can't I have a real gift? Others do. What's wrong with me? If you could take the same unconditional love and acceptance that you offer to others and offer it to yourself, you would turn your entire life around, because you would begin trusting your gift. Until you value and trust your gift, how can the universe support you? Many of your gifts go unacknowledged because they don't match your pictures of what a gift should be. Or you devalue the gift and push it away by comparing it to that of others. You envy their gift. You would rather have their gift than your own. Every time you judge your gift or place a condition on giving it, you push it further away. You say, I will sing only if I have an audience of 1,000 people and I make at least $5,000. Supposing not that many people have heard of you, how many offers to sing are going to come your way? How is your life work to evolve if you do not take the first step to bring it into existence? If you are not willing to start with small projects and modest expectations, you are programming yourself for failure. If you want to succeed, take the time to develop your gift and to learn to trust it. Your life work is like a baby. It needs to be nurtured both in and out of the womb. When you first become aware of what your gift is, don't go around announcing it to the rooftops. Keep your own counsel. Begin singing in the shower. Find a teacher. Practice every day. Then when your gift is ready to be shared with others, find an informal, low-key environment that does not put a lot of pressure on you to perform or on others to respond. Be easy with your gift the way you would be if you were 6 years old and wanted to share a song with your best friend. No matter how anxious you are to grow up with your gift, you must take the time to be a child first. Learn, grow, and let your gift be nurtured into manifestation. Take small risks, then bigger ones. Sing to small audiences and gain your confidence. Then, without pushing or putting pressure on yourself or others, the audiences will grow. Those who refuse to start small never accomplish anything. They shoot for the moon and never learn to stand on the earth. Don't be afraid to be an apprentice. If you admire someone who has a gift that resembles yours, don't be afraid to ask for lessons. That is one of the ways you learn to trust the gift. On the other hand, you can't be a student forever. There comes a time when the student is ready to leave the teacher behind. When that moment comes, step forward. Trust the gift. Trust all the hours you have practiced. Step forth. Have faith in yourself. You are ready. The way you relate to your gift says a lot about whether you are happy or not. Happy people are expressing their gifts in any venue life offers them. Unhappy people are holding on to their gifts until life gives them the perfect venue. I can tell you now, the perfect venue never comes. Usually life does not match your picture of it, and real opportunities to express your gift will be squandered if you not let go of your pictures and see what stands before you. It's quite simple, really. All your pictures have to go. Part of trusting the gift is letting go of the way you think the gift should be received. That is not your affair. It is none of your business. No matter how great you become, you will never know who will be touched by your work and who will turn away. To give the gift, you must release it. You must not be attached to who receives it and who doesn't. Nobody speaks to everyone. Some share their gifts with an audience of a few people. Some share with a few million. It is not for you to judge. Don't judge the gift. Embrace it, value it, and give it. And don't judge the way it is received. Give it without attachment to results, without expectations of return. You can't hold on to your gift and give it away at the same time. When you see the absurdity of trying to do this, you will give your gift the wings it deserves. You will take the risks that you are ready to take. Your gift will reach out to others, and the energy it invokes will return to you. The cycle of creativity, of giving and receiving, will be set in motion in your life. Creativity and transformation. When one person individuates, it gives everyone permission to do the same. Your commitment to the expression of your gift will transform your life. All the structures in your life that hold you in limitation begin to fall apart as soon as you make this inner commitment to yourself. Trying to change these structures from the outside in is futile. That is not how change occurs. Change occurs from the inside out. As you embrace your gift and move through your fear of expressing it, old, outdated lifestyle structures are de-energized. Without receiving new energy from you, these structures dissolve. You don't have to do anything. As they dissolve, they create a more open space within your consciousness for the gift to be recognized, affirmed, and nurtured into expression. Your work situation, your family life, your sleeping and eating patterns all begin to shift as you get about the business of honoring yourself and moving toward your joy. Without struggle, you unhook from roles and relationships that no longer serve your continued growth. This happens spontaneously. There is no forcing or violation involved. When faced with your uncompromising commitment to yourself, others either join you or move swiftly out of your way. Gray spaces created by your ambivalence, your desire to have something and give it up at the same time, move toward yet or nay. Clarity emerges as the clouds of self-doubt and attachment are burned away by the committed, radiant self. When one person moves toward individuation, it gives everyone permission to do the same. Dysfunctional family structures are dismantled and new structures that honor the individuals involved are put in their place. This is what commitment to self does. It destroys sloppiness, codependency, neurotic bargaining for love, boredom, apathy, and critical behavior. It frees each individual to be himself and find alignment with others in a more honest and authentic way. One person's fidelity to self and willingness to live her dream explodes the entire edifice of fear that surrounds her. It is that simple. And it all happens as gently as the first yes said in the silence of the heart. No one can be abandoned by your yes to yourself. If you think otherwise, you will build a prison of fear and guilt around you. Your yes to your essential self and life purpose is also a yes to others who care about you. You cannot love another by abandoning yourself. Neurotic bargains for love in which boundaries are constantly compromised cannot stand in the light of self-affirmation. In setting yourself free, you call others to their freedom. Whether they answer the call or not is up to them. The call to self-actualization is not a call to abandon others. It is not a call to separate or avoid responsibility. The call to honor self is also a call to honor others. It comes to fruition only when the heart remains open. Sometimes, in order to be honest and authentic, you may have to act in a way that others cannot understand or support. That may be difficult for you, but you must learn to stand firm in your commitment to what is best for you. Please don't capitulate to those who would make you feel guilty for following your heart, but remain open to them. Love them, bless them, talk with them, and they will come to understand and respect your decision. Your commitment to other people must be an extension of your commitment to yourself, not at odds with it. How can you choose between your good and that of another? It is not possible. No one asks you to make such a choice. There is a choice that honors you and also honors others. Find that choice. Make that decision. Don't abandon yourself. Don't abandon others. Let the old form of your life go and allow the new form to emerge at its own pace. Go willingly into the open space of not knowing. Whenever you release the past, you must enter this space. Don't be afraid. Don't be embarrassed. It is okay not to know. It is okay to let things evolve. Just be present and tell the truth. Be patient. Growing is a process. Be gentle with yourself and others. The only work their island. Only work that is joyful will bring happiness to you or to others. Spiritual work involves expressing the self joyously and uplifting others. If your work is not joyous, if it doesn't express your talents and abilities, and if it doesn't uplift others, it is not spiritual work. It is the world's work. Many times I have asked you to be in the world but not of it. What does this mean? It means that you can do the tasks that other men and women do, but you do them joyfully in the spirit of love. You give your labor as a gift. There is no sacrifice involved. If there is sacrifice involved, there will be no joy. And so there will be no gift. Do not work out of duty, even if you serve others. Do what you do joyfully or do not do it. Do not do something you don't enjoy just to earn money. Even if that money supports a family of people, they will not prosper through your sacrifice. Nothing prospers that does not come from love. There are hundreds, if not thousands of ways, in which you can cheat yourself and work out of sacrifice or duty. There are just as many ways in which you can cheat others and work out of impatience and greed. Be aware of the many subtle ways in which you can betray yourself or others. Do not settle for the rewards the world would give you. Material wealth, name, and fame will not bring you happiness. Only work that is joyful will bring you happiness. Only work that is joyful will bring happiness to others. Do not think that happiness can come from sacrifice or struggle. The means must be consistent with the ends. The goal unfolds through the process itself. Be wary of work motivated by guilt or spiritual pride. Do not try to save yourself by helping others. Do not try to save others when it is you yourself who needs to be saved. First, put things right in your own heart and mind. Learn to forgive the past and honor yourself here and now. Learn to trust your gifts. When you are fully expressing who you are joyfully, your work will naturally extend to those who will benefit from it. Having found your life work, the greatest obstacle to its fulfillment lies in your attempt to direct it. You cannot make your spiritual work happen. If you try, you will fail. You will see the loftiest work be tainted by spiritual pride and undermined by your ego expectations. You cannot do your spiritual work the same way you did your worldly work. The former requires surrender. The latter requires the illusion of control. As soon as you give up the need to control, any work can become spiritual. As soon as you try to take charge, the most spiritual projects begin to fall apart. What is spiritual is not what you do, but how you do it. What you do joyfully is spiritual work. What is worldly is not what you do, but how you do it. What you do out of duty, sacrifice, or the search for approval is worldly work. It is not the outer shell that matters, but the inner motivation. Do not try to discover your life purpose by listening to the ideas and opinions of others. It is not possible. You discover your life work by listening to the voice of your heart. There is no other way. It seems to be a lonely journey and, in a way, it is, because no one else can do it for you. You must run the first few miles by yourself. You must demonstrate your commitment. You must show that you will not be drawn off course by others. In time, others come forward who share your path. This is inevitable. You do not have to go looking for them. You meet them in the natural course of honoring yourself and being open to your experience. The myth of material prosperity. You cannot measure spiritual riches with a worldly yardstick. Few people are genuinely committed to God's work. That is because the world does not support your journey to authenticity. The world supports only what it understands. And right now all it understands is duty and sacrifice. That will change in time, but don't expect it to happen soon. Don't go into your life work with the hope of worldly support and approval. Those who understand my teachings and try to live them are often treated with disdain by the world. Don't be surprised if this happens to you. It is not a sign of divine disapproval that other men and women feel envious of or threatened by you. If this happens, bear it patiently and send love and acceptance to others. When they see that you have their highest good at heart, they will soften to you. If you are committed to the journey, your patience will be rewarded. But, if you are seeking approval or recognition, you will not find it. Pay no mind to the religion of abundance. That is no more true or helpful than the religion of sacrifice. God does not necessarily reward spiritual work with material success. All rewards are spiritual. Happiness, joy, compassion, peace, sensitivity, these are the rewards for a life lived in integrity. If material success does not come, it is not important. If it seems important and resentment develops, then more ego expectations need to be stripped away. You must learn, once and for all, to stop measuring spiritual riches with a worldly yardstick. If material success comes, it is often a test to see if you can transcend self-interest and greed. Material wealth, like all other gifts, is given that it may be shared with others. If you are holding on to wealth, you will not reap the reward of true prosperity, which is happiness and peace. Don't make the mistake of thinking that your life work must bring in a large paycheck or meet with worldly success. On the other hand, don't make the mistake of thinking that you must be poor to serve God. A rich person can serve God as well as one of humble means if he is willing to share his riches. It matters not how much you hold in your hands. What matters is whether or not your hands are extended outward to your brother. All men and women are entrusted with a gift. It does not matter how one person's gift compares to that of another. What matters is that each person comes to embrace the gift he or she has been given. Chapter 5: Healing the Divided Self. For healing to result, the split-off aspects of self must be retrieved and integrated into conscious awareness. Neither self-indulgence nor self-denial brings peace or happiness. Those who indulge themselves eventually see that their substance of choice is addictive and satisfies less and less. And those who deny themselves eventually find that they become brittle, rigid, without sensitivity or compassion. Both addictive and repressive behaviors are ways of pushing your experience away. They enable you to override the experience, instead of being with it and feeling all the feelings you have about it. By detaching from the experience and not feeling the feelings, you create a dual consciousness. Part of the self becomes hidden, inaccessible, split off from the whole. For healing to result, the split-off aspects of self must eventually be retrieved, along with their traumatic memories, and integrated into conscious awareness. All fearful experiences cause some form of dissociation that disconnects the individual from his feelings. When parents, teachers, and other significant adults do not validate their experiences, children stuff their feelings and begin to develop a false, socially accepted persona which enables them to cope with the demands around them. This persona is a sham. It is constructed out of fear, covers over shame, and presents to the world a thin veneer of normalcy. All human beings have this false self, this thin veneer, worn as a mask to protect themselves from perceived judgment and attack. All human beings have the shame of self-betrayal, which they hide from even their closest family members and friends. Eventually, the thin shell of the false self begins to crack. The person may lose his job or his primary relationship, or someone close to him may die. He may get a serious physical illness or his addictions may spiral out of control, landing him in a hospital or treatment center. Once the shell is cracked, the buried material can surface through the cracks. Since all experiences are recorded in the body, all repressed experiences of violation have the potential to manifest as physical or emotional illnesses. As such, illness is a wake-up call, a call to awareness and healing. As the psyche of the individual becomes more attuned to love, repressed memories are more likely to come up because the individual is ready to face them, feel the feelings and integrate the experience. The flower of acceptance. No strings attached. No judgments. No rules. Just be. Often, the most difficult and challenging circumstances foster the greatest spiritual growth. Sometimes only the most obvious self-betrayal creates the awareness in which the self will no longer be betrayed. In the end, you must stop judging your experience and comparing it to that of others. Your experience, with all of its ups and downs, is perfect for you. It brings the lessons you need to learn to move beyond fear and guilt. To live a surrendered life is to be present moment to moment with your experience and to accept it without judging it. Of course, at times you space out and disconnect emotionally, but you learn to be aware of this and gently bring yourself back. Bringing yourself back is the essence of meditation. You become aware of your thoughts and see how they take you out of the silence. Waking up happens when you become aware that you are asleep. There is nothing special about it. You are awake right now, and then you forget and go to sleep. Pain, discomfort, and conflict wake you from your sleep. Stop resisting your greatest teachers. Thank them for coming. Thank them for bringing you back to the present moment. They have given you the most profound gift. In the present, you may just be. You needn't be there for someone else. Just be. No strings attached. No judgments. No rules. Just be. That is the flower of acceptance. Christ is a being, not a becoming. New paradigm teaching. New paradigm teachers do not try to heal others. They know the light itself will heal all wounds. New paradigm spiritual teachers claim no authority over others. They do not pretend to have the answers for others. They speak only of their own experience. They invite others to share in what they have learned from their experience, and to draw whatever conclusions they will. They do not take responsibility for what others choose to see. They do not preach. They do not try to fix. They simply accept others as they are and encourage others to find their own truth. They empower. They see the light in others and encourage it. They don't close their eyes to the darkness, but they know it is ultimately of no significance. When love is present, the darkness is illuminated. They do not deny the darkness or go to battle against it. They know there is nothing wrong, no evil to oppose, no battles to fight. They just gently encourage the light. They know the light itself will heal all wounds. New paradigm teachers do not try to heal others. They encourage others to heal themselves through self-acceptance and self-love. They model unconditional love by listening compassionately, without judging or trying to fix. The old paradigm teacher wants to heal others and save the world. The new paradigm teacher knows that others are fine the way they are and the world is just a reflection of their beliefs. Has the new paradigm teacher closed her eyes? Doesn't she see the suffering in the world, the environmental catastrophe, the endemic violence? Oh yes, she sees the struggle and the pain, but she has a different interpretation of them. She doesn't believe that people are guilty or that the world is doomed. She hears the vast call for love, the universal cry for acceptance and understanding. And that is what she gives. Does she give food and medical supplies if they are needed? Of course, but she remembers to whom she is giving them. She remembers the call and she answers it. She knows that food is helpful, but it is not the solution to the problem. It is not what is being asked for. What is asked for is love. As soon as you see a problem that needs fixing, you have disempowered the person standing before you. Do not do this. Do not accept the pose of powerlessness. There are no victims in the world. If you see a beggar, don't be taken in. Ask him instead, why are you standing here begging on this street corner, O Great One? Let him know that you see who he really is. Look into his eyes and see his divinity with your own. You see, powerlessness is a great disguise. Look behind the veil. Don't give the beggar money and walk on without acknowledging him. If you wish to give him money, do so. But do not pass by without acknowledging him. For it is not money he needs, but your love, your blessing, your acknowledgement. You are not here to fix his life, but to honor him. The new paradigm spiritual teacher is content to be a brother or a sister, or a friend. He has met the inner teacher and put all outer authorities aside. And so he does not come to you offering help or asking for it. He comes to you as an equal partner. He treats you as he would like to be treated. And he treats the person next to you the same. There is no pecking order, no preferences. He does not ask you to follow him. He doesn't trade his knowledge for sexual favors. He does not judge you, isolate you, or invalidate your experience. He remains always an equal brother or sister and, in that equality, the seeds of redemption are sown. Dancing in your own truth. Do not become lost in the world before you know who you are, or your chances of waking up are not strong. Few people are alone with their experience. Most people are afraid to be. The irony is that those who are alone do not feel that they are alone. And those who are not alone, feel lonely. The lonely seek companionship, yet companionship is not possible, for they have not yet discovered who they are. The self is a wilderness. Leave it unexplored and cities are built over it. Explore it courageously and intimacy becomes possible. True equality requires individuation. Until you know the contours of your own heart, you can't learn those of another. If you leave home before you are ready, you look for home without finding it. You find mother instead of wife, father instead of husband. When you have found your home, you take it with you wherever you go. Find your home first, and then seek companionship. Find out who you are, not according to someone else's definition, but according to your own. Play with that definition before you accept it. Let all of yourself become present. Explore the dunes that swell up at the sea's edge. Feel the salt spray and walk along the beach at low tide. See all the life forms, all the possibilities revealed when the tide is rolled back. Know thyself. Do not become lost in the world before you know who you are, or your chances of waking up are not strong. The world will be only too happy to give you a role and a responsibility. Other people will be only too happy to assign you a role in their play. Let's face it, some roles are seductive. They promise a lot. It's hard to say no. Leave your lonely wilderness and come and live with me. I will love you and take care of you. These are the words the homeless child has been waiting to hear. At last direction has come. The missing parent has materialized. All will be well. Or will it? Hardly. Rather, this is how the self is betrayed. This is how the wilderness is paved with asphalt, stifling its grasses and trees, invading its sky. Call it domestication, technology, progress. It is anything but that. The homeless person is always ruthless in making his home. He is without compassion for his environment or for the well-being of others. He simply externalizes his anger and his pain. Try to live with someone before you have learned to live with yourself, and you will make a mockery of relationship. It won't work. Find home inside your heart first. Only one who knows and accepts himself can find equality with another. Anyone else gives himself away. It is never the other person's fault when relationship doesn't work. All relationship endings can be attributed to a single cause: lack of fidelity to self. If you were not faithful to yourself when you entered the relationship, how is it possible that you would be faithful to yourself while you were in it? You see, it can't be the other person's fault. You came together with him or her because you were lonely and tired of seeking, and you went to sleep together. Soon enough you discovered that sleeping together wasn't all it was cracked up to be. You woke up and asked, why did I trade one dream for another? The original dream was lonely, but it was also a simpler one. You just took a detour, a delaying maneuver. You went from sleeping alone to sleeping with another. But the real challenge for you wasn't to sleep, but to wake up. Unless you commit to your own awakening, others can offer you only detours, side trips, running in place. Time goes by, but nothing changes. The pain doesn't lift. The old dissatisfaction is still there. The sheets have been changed, but the bed still sags. The problem is not a cosmetic one. The problem is in the foundation itself. That is what must be addressed. That is what must be shored up. Your dissatisfaction says one thing and one thing only: you are not honoring yourself. If you were honoring yourself, there would be energy and commitment to a vision in your life. You would not be bored. You would not be lonely. You would not be anxious to trade your dream for someone else's. You are the one who opts for the detour. Don't blame the companion who accompanies you. It was your choice. But don't beat yourself up over it. Make a different choice. Make the courageous choice to be alone. Being alone means to be yourself fully. It means to be fully individuated, yet connected to the whole. It means to be all one. When you fully inhabit your life, you will be drawn to others who are doing the same thing. Then, you will not have to give up your life for another. That is the beginning of a more beautiful and challenging dance. But it is a dance that cannot happen unless you are already dancing in your own truth. Moving to a shared vision. All important decisions in a partnership are made through intuitive consensus. As the self becomes congruent and learns to manifest its own vision, people come in who share that vision. Yet, notwithstanding the shared sense of purpose, ego struggles inevitably arise. One person wants a certain configuration or outcome. Another person wants another outcome. Then there is adjusting of egos and the potential of trespass. However, if the sense of self runs deeply enough, there will be a communication of wants and expectations and a willingness to stay open to a solution that honors both sides. Partnership can be built only on shared vision and the willingness of the partners to let go of their rigid pictures of the way things should be. Hearing the deep need of each person, the two enter the silence together, asking for the highest good of all concerned. In the silence, sometimes both hear the same thing, or one hears something that the other feels good about. All important decisions in a partnership are made through intuitive consensus. Often the two do not know why they are guided in a particular direction, but they decide to trust it anyway. Great strides are made in this way. Situations that seem etched in stone are transformed. Obstacles dissolve. Possibilities previously discounted present themselves again at the right time. Miracles are experienced. As partners learn to trust their intuitive consensus, their shared purpose is revealed to them. Then, they understand why they have met and what they are asked to accomplish together. Not giving yourself away. The romantic tradition is merely a socially acceptable, institutionalized form of self-betrayal. There is a tendency when people go into relationship to go limp, the way an animal goes limp when caught by a predator. There is a kind of false surrender, a giving away of one's power to the other person. This sets the stage for later violation. I urge you to go slowly and consciously into relationships so that you do not give yourself away. The desire to please the other, to be liked and accepted, to be loved and adored, easily and quickly crosses the line and becomes self-betrayal. You must realize that relationships can be addictive. They can offer you the opportunity to escape from self, to avoid feeling your feelings. If you are unhappy with your life, a relationship may provide a temporary escape from your troubles, but sooner or later your problems will return. And they will be exacerbated by the demands and expectations of your partner. When your ego agendas emerge, both of you will feel disappointed, if not betrayed. The emotional high of a new relationship promises more than it can ever deliver. If you experience falling in love, you can be sure that you will experience falling out of love. The very expression falling in love should tell you that this experience is about self-betrayal. In what other area of life would you allow yourself to fall and be whimsical about it? The whole romantic tradition is a socially acceptable, nearly institutionalized form of self-betrayal. Just as the child creates a false self to cope with the unreasonable demands and expectations placed on him early in life, so does the adult create a false surrender to a lover to ease the pain of personal and social isolation. No foundation for the relationship has been built, and so it cannot withstand the eruption of the dark side. As soon as unconscious fears arise, the balloon bursts. In true surrender, you do not choose the partner just because he or she makes you feel good. You choose the partner because there is a shared vision and a mutual commitment to growth. The partner helps you to create a healing environment, in which both of you are nurtured and challenged to evolve. You have a mutual commitment to be present with each other throughout the ups and downs of experience. Most relationships fall apart as soon as trouble comes along. The promise to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, is for most people an exercise in absurdity, for many people go to the altar without having taken the time to get to know each other. For this reason, formal marriage should be discouraged until couples have lived together for at least 3 years. Most relationships will not survive this 3-year period of mutual exploration because, for most people, they are a form of addiction. They are initiated by a mutual desire to seek pleasure and avoid pain. However, when people fall out of love with each other, their repressed pain surfaces with a vengeance. And then the person they once looked to as a savior becomes their archenemy. The whole thing is a big setup. Relationship can never be a panacea for the wounds and traumas of the individual psyche. At best, it is an incubation chamber. Hard as it is to admit, emotional safety is not to be found in most relationships. How do you avoid falling in love and betraying yourself? Not by refusing to fall in love, but by learning to be present with the one you love, even when his or her dark side rises up to meet you. You notice the judgments that come up, the desire to please or to be taken care of. You see when you feel accepted, rejected, trusted, or betrayed. You don't go into the relationship wearing rose-colored glasses, seeing only what you want to see. You look at everything and you communicate honestly. If you can keep your eyes open as you explore an attraction with someone, you avoid the inflation and deflation of falling in and out of love. By staying awake through the process, you can avoid the disappointment of discovering after a month or two, when the hormones stop raging, that you and your partner have very little in common. It all comes down to one question: how honest are you willing to be? As long as you have something to hide, there will be deceit operating in your life. Part of you will be visible, but another part will be heavily disguised or missing in action. Where did it go? And who are you without it? All masks must be peeled away if you are to stand face to face with each other. Until then, this is just a carnival, a public rite the meaning of which has been forgotten. Self-empowerment and realization. There is only one person who needs to wake up, and that is you. I ask you to be rigorous in understanding that no one knows more than you do. No one has anything to give you that you do not already have. Forget your teachers and gurus. Forget your cults of secular and parochial knowledge. Forget your dogmas, esoterica, and metaphysics. None of this will bring you freedom from suffering. It will only add to the burden you carry. Be realistic about your experience here. There is only one person who needs to wake up, and that is you. Those who have a gift to give you will not withhold it. Those who withhold information or love from you have no gift to give. Beware of those who would make you jump through hoops or stand in line. They are just lining their pockets at your expense. Do not tolerate the idea that salvation lies somewhere else. It doesn't. Either you hold the key or you don't. If you have it, you must begin to use it. If someone else has it, then you will have to pay dearly to get it. And by the time you get it back, the locks may have been changed. Don't allow others to limit you or take your freedom away. Don't live by someone else's rules. Hold the self in high regard. It is and must remain unassailable. Hold others in high regard. They must always be honored and set free. But clearly and with good humor, let go of relationships with people or organizations who would tell you what to think or what to do. Don't line the pockets of those who make empty promises to you. It doesn't matter what they promise: more security, more money, more sex, or more peace of mind. My friend, the light and peace you seek is already within you. You already have the resources you need to fulfill your creative purpose. There is only one thing that you do not have, and that is the awareness that all this is true. Nobody can give you that awareness. Not me, not some used car salesman, not some Swami peddling samadhi. If someone tells you he can, it's time for a belly laugh. Put your arm around him and tell him that's the best joke you've heard in 50 years. Do you hear me? Awareness is not a gift from someone else, but a gesture of the self. It is an energetic movement to be present and to embrace life. Awareness comes and goes with the breath. If you want to be aware, breathe. Breathe in to embrace this moment. Breathe out to release it. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Each breath is an act of awareness. Now, if I came to your doorstep and told you I was selling breaths for $5 million a piece, you would think that was pretty funny, would you not? You would tell me, "That's very nice, brother, but I already have all the breaths I need." Of course you do. But you keep forgetting that you have them. You keep buying the insurance policy, falling in love with Prince or Princess Charming, chasing Doctor I can make you feel good or Swami I've got it all, come and get it for $5. You know, they all have such long names, it's a wonder you can pronounce them. Take a breath, my friend. That's right, a deep breath. Nobody has what you need. Did you hear me? Nobody. You see, you really are all alone here. But it's not as problematic as you think, because there is no part of you that's missing. If you just hang around yourself long enough without giving your power away to others, you will retrieve all the fragmented and dissociated aspects of yourself, for no other reason than they never went away. They just got covered over in your race for the exit. Just hang around and you'll get it. Great advice from a holy man, right? I guess we better send this guy to entrepreneurship training or a spirituality and business workshop, or he won't make a living. I have news for you, friends. I don't need to make a living. I am a living. And so are you. Just hang around and you'll get it, because you never lost it. One moment you were fully present, and then the next moment your body was there, but your mind was on vacation in the Bahamas. Now, after 30 years or however long it's been, you can bring yourself back. Can you believe that 30 years passed between one breath and another? It may seem strange, but I'm telling you it is a common experience. The next time someone asks how old you are, just tell the truth. People say I'm 45, but I've only taken 4 breaths. I'm just kidding you. Or am I? How many breaths have you really taken? Don't worry about the past. Just begin now. Breathe and claim your life. Breathe and let go of all the mental and emotional crutches you have carried. Breathe and reject all the words ever said to you by authority figures. Breathe and soften. Breathe and strengthen. Breathe and be. You are authentic. You are intact. You are a child of the Great Spirit that animates us all. Buddha's window. All that is transcendent comes from the lowly, the light from the dark, the flower from the mud. The Buddha began in the same place where you begin. So did I. The nature of suffering does not change. You have not been given a special handicap, nor were you given fewer abilities. There is no difference between you and Buddha, or between Buddha and me. You are pure being. The Buddha is pure being. You struggle with identification with form. So did the Buddha. So did I. We are all tested. We all build on quicksand and get sucked down into the muck of conditioned existence. But we are not the conditioned. All conditions come from us. As soon as we stop placing conditions on our embrace of life, relative existence falls away. You are the lotus swimming on the murky surface of the pond. You are the awareness, the profound discovery that grows out of the darkness of the conditions. You are the white flower, nurtured by those murky waters. If you are looking for beauty without sadness, you will not find it. If you are looking for celebration without the poignancy of pain, you will search in vain. All that is transcendent comes from the lowly, the light from the dark, the flower from the mud. Give up linear thinking and rigid, left-brain expectations of what spirituality means. Life is not one-dimensional. If you are looking for the absolute, you will not find it in the conditional. Don't choose one side of the argument. Learn to take both sides and work toward the middle. Both extremes reflect each other. Those who are in conflict share the same lesson. There is only one way to freedom. Buddha called it the middle way, the way between all extremes. You can't get there by taking sides. You can't get there by choosing the good over the bad, or the light over the dark. Your path goes through the place where good and evil cross, where the light is obstructed, casting long shadows. There are no maps that take you to this place. If you ask one person, he says go to the right. If you ask another, he says go to the left. If you ask the pessimist where you can find truth, he will say it was here yesterday. You missed it. If you ask the optimist, he will reply, it will be here tomorrow. Who gives the correct answer? Is there, in fact, a correct answer? Or is the expectation of a correct answer itself the illusion? When you can observe the argument without taking sides, when you can be in the middle of the battleground without attacking anyone, then you have arrived in the place where the lotus blooms. Few will notice you, but it will not matter. You have come home. You have slipped through the veil. You are no longer an object blocking the light, but the window through which it passes. No longer imprisoned in a role, you are glad to be of help. No longer seeking, you are happy to point the way. When someone asks which way to the divine, you answer any way will do. You know now that the outcome doesn't matter. Only being present on the journey, moment to moment matters. Between now and then, between this and that, the Buddha dwells. What a dreamy man, you say. Yes, it is true, his existence spans centuries. Yet, there is no place where he has not been, no heart he has not touched. If you will allow him, he will touch your heart too. If you will allow him, he will open the window in your mind that separates all sentient beings. Chapter 6, Communion and Community. The door of my church is open to all who would enter. The community I am calling you to is a church without walls, a place where people of all faiths come together to love, support, and honor each other. My teaching has nothing to do with what you call Christianity, or with any dogma that separates people. It has nothing to do with any religious hierarchy or organizational structure. All are welcome in my church, the poor and the rich, the sick and the healthy, those who call my name and those who call the name of other teachers. I do not stand against any man or woman, for each is God's child. I stand for the sanctity of all beings who in their innocence bless creation with their presence. I celebrate life in all its forms and in its quintessential formlessness. When you enter my church, you do not need to take off your coat or your hat, but please leave your prejudices outside. They have no place here. Come to the altar not to hold on to your judgments, but to confess them, to release them to God before your brothers and sisters. You do not have to wear a special hat or robe to enter my sanctuary, but you do have to surround yourself with the awareness of your equality with all beings. My church is a place of peace and reconciliation. It is a place where fears are acknowledged and trespass is forgiven. It welcomes all those who admit their mistakes. It casts no one out who seeks the safety of its loving arms. Many congregations purport to be mine, yet they hold on to their fears and institutionalize their judgments. The stranger and the outcast are not welcome in their sanctuaries. They have built a prison and called it a church. I would rather be worshipped by murderers and thieves than by impostors who pretend to do my will by judging and excluding others. I have never tolerated hypocrisy. Those who call themselves spiritual guides should set a sincere example for others. They do not have to be perfect, but they must have the courage to admit their mistakes. They must be honest about their humanness. They must step down from their pedestals and learn to empower others. Do not have lofty, inflated expectations for yourself or for your spiritual advisors. To ask another person to be mistake-free is unrealistic and unkind. Instead, ask your teachers and guides to be honest and direct, to admit mistakes and to have compassion for the mistakes of others. Ask them to help you create a climate of understanding, safety, and love. That is what my church provides. It is a safe, loving place where each person can connect with his or her spiritual essence. Undoing small-mindedness. Hierarchical, closed belief systems promise Shangri-La and deliver Alcatraz. Many people go to church or temple to be with people who believe the same thing they do. Given their homogeneity, such places often legitimize narrow-mindedness and prejudice. Anyone can find someone who agrees with his beliefs. Anyone can create a religion for insiders and exclude those who would challenge his beliefs. This has nothing to do with spirituality. It has more to do with the insecurities of the individual and his tendency to capitulate to the tyranny of the group mind. Cults thrive on this kind of insecurity. They create a seductive environment that seems to be loving and then proceed to chop away at the ego structure of the individual until he is totally confused, self-doubting and helpless. In the name of spiritual surrender, initiates are asked to capitulate to the authority structure of the cult. In this way, brainwashing poses as enlightenment. Hierarchical, closed belief systems promise Shangri-La and deliver Alcatraz. They offer freedom from suffering and deliver physical abuse and mind control. Those who are drawn into such situations have lessons around the abuse of power. You can't prevent them from enrolling in this classroom, but you can offer them a helping hand when they are ready to get out. Some fundamentalist groups use the similar fear tactics to control their members. Even traditional churches and temples do not tolerate diversity well. As a result, they lose members who are exploring their spirituality in an authentic way. Only by honoring the unique spiritual experiences of their membership, while emphasizing areas of commonality, can churches and temples speak to the deeper spiritual needs of their members. Dogma and religious hierarchies no longer make people feel safe and secure. Face-to-face interactions, simple participatory rituals of singing and dancing that help people open their hearts to each other are what establish the emotional bonds of community. Mutual respect and tolerance for differences are absolutely essential to the creation of a safe, loving space. It is not necessary for people to have the same beliefs to experience spiritual communion. Communion happens in spite of the mind, not because of it. Communion happens through the extension of love and non-judgment. It can happen anywhere, with any group of people committed to inclusive, unconditional love. The time has come for houses of worship to redefine themselves. They must cease to be places where minds cling to linear beliefs in fearful agreement, and become places of self-exploration, where differences are welcome. Love, not agreement, must become the bond that holds the community together. Love and the sword of truth. It appears to be gentle and soft, but it is stronger than steel. Love challenges you to be flexible about your beliefs and let others into your heart. It pushes up against the boundaries of what you are used to and what you feel is acceptable. This is a kind of love that you don't easily relate to. Your concept of love is tainted by your ego need for agreement. It is a milquetoast version, a soft version of what is the greatest awakening force in the universe. Instead of milquetoast, I offer you the sword of truth. Use it to remove the soft, fatty tissues that surround your heart and make your breath labor unnecessarily. Use it to remove codependency and victim consciousness from your notion of love. Your version of love is weak, exclusive, and hypercritical. It isn't really love at all. Love has within its essence a great purifying and awakening potential. It offers a Kundalini experience that throws off past conditioning. It appears to be gentle and soft, but it is stronger than steel, more powerful than an earthquake. Love is not only creator but destroyer. It destroys the past. It dissolves what is no longer needed, so that the new may be born. Love is not only the embrace of water that nurtures and sustains, but the fire of spirit that purifies. John baptized with water and told you I would baptize with fire. When you first hear my words, they are like the crimson flame of dawn gently lifting itself above the horizon's edge. But when my words sink completely into your heart, they will burn like the desert sun. I do not offer a milquetoast version of love or spirituality. My love for you was not soft 2,000 years ago, and it is certainly not soft now. You see my love as soft, because you are afraid of your anger. Yet anger at injustice is one of the highest forms of love. When you stop projecting your anger and fear on the world, you can stand for truth without hurting others. You stand not against individuals, but against untruth. Even as you oppose falsehood, you feel compassion for those who cling to false beliefs. You do not criticize them, but you oppose their mistaken ideas with a firmness and clarity that reaches to the roots and exposes the fear and insecurity on which all illusion is based. When love is broad, it embraces all things as itself. It is like water, feminine, accepting, without discrimination. When love is deep, it destroys all the obstacles in its way. It is like fire, masculine, discriminating, clinging only to truth. Many of you know the soft, feminine Jesus. But how many of you know the strong, masculine one? The one who brings the sword of discrimination, the sword of truth? Both are necessary. If you would know me, you must bring both the feminine and masculine sides together in yourself. Without the masculine side, spirituality is soft, ineffective, without the potential for awakening. A living church. Without forgiveness, correction is impossible. Without correction, forgiveness is incomplete. The church I call you to must embrace both the feminine and masculine sides. It must welcome everyone without conditions, yet be devoted to truth without compromise. In a living church, each person is free to determine her own spiritual path. She is granted total freedom in this pursuit, and in return grants this freedom to others. She agrees not to try to convert or to fix anyone else. She asks for unconditional acceptance and support for her journey and gives the same to others in return. Anyone who violates this agreement is asked to publicly discuss her motives and behavior and hear the feedback of others. The goal is not to shame or embarrass, but to hear, to be of help, and ultimately to determine whether the individual embraces the spiritual guidelines that govern the community. All violations of the public trust are dealt with in a loving and compassionate way. The desire is always for understanding and inclusion. But the guidelines must never be watered down or compromised. Spiritual truths should never be adjusted or revised to accommodate people's weaknesses or condone their mistakes. Mistakes are to be acknowledged and forgiven. To understand what is wrong is to make it right. Such understanding happens spontaneously when individuals are willing to look at their behavior and see how they impact others and themselves. Correction and forgiveness go hand in hand. Without forgiveness, correction is impossible. And without correction, forgiveness is incomplete. The living church or temple must be clear about and faithful to its process. Since the process is loving, forgiving, and supportive, many different types of people will be drawn in. The flexibility, tolerance, and openness of the church/temple and its members will be continually tested. In all this, it must be firm within, and gentle without. All people must be treated fairly and with respect. In the living church or temple, power always lies in the hands of the congregation. The role of the minister is to lead by example and to empower others to walk their own unique spiritual path. The more successful the minister is in empowering others, the more participatory the organization becomes. Then, it does not matter if the minister leaves, because the programs of the church or temple retain their energy and coherence. Through empowering others skillfully, a good minister makes himself dispensable. His job is quite simply to help transform old paradigm congregations into new paradigm ones. As a skillful facilitator, he invites others to take responsibility, to share their gifts, and to co-create the organization with him. When the congregation is fully empowered, the minister's work in that place is complete and he will be drawn to a new environment which will challenge him further. A fully empowered congregation does not need a minister, although it can certainly choose to have one if it wishes. A core group made up of the most committed members can guide the group to intuitive consensus. The core group must embody the principles of sharing and empowerment established by the founding minister. Its job is to secure the safety of the space in which people come together to practice acceptance and forgiveness. If the safety of the space is compromised, or if members cease to be actively involved in the church, the creative energy will dwindle and members will revert to an old paradigm energy of polarization, separation, and struggle for control. All social institutions can be transformed by following the affinity group guidelines I have shared with you. Churches, schools, businesses, nursing homes, prisons, government agencies can all be called to a spiritual purpose through the implementation of these simple ideas. 3 things can be said about my teaching. First, it is simple. Second, it applies to all situations, circumstances, and environments. Third, if you practice it, you will find peace in your heart and harmony in your relationships. You would think these attributes would recommend the teaching, yet look around. Do you see anyone lining up at my doorstep? Somehow people intuitively understand that if they take up this path, their lives will never be the same. They aren't sure they really want a revolution happening in their lives. I understand that. Many people like to play at surrender, while retaining their addiction to control. They want to love others who are like them while retaining their judgments about others who are different. That way, they appear to be spiritual, without having to risk becoming vulnerable. They talk about love, but keep a hard shell around them which pushes love away. They have the semblance of love, but not the real thing. Real love would crack their lives open. Congruence. The more you know yourself, the more clear you can be with others. Congruence comes through fidelity to self. It comes through the capacity to accept and be with your own experience, even when it is different from the experience of others. Congruence is exhibited when your actions are consistent with your words. That means you can be trusted. You act in good faith. When you make a mistake, you admit it and try to learn from it. You make amends. You ask for forgiveness. A congruent person is always becoming more honest with and faithful to herself. And the more honest and faithful she becomes to herself, the more honest and faithful she becomes to others. Inner congruence and outer trustworthiness go hand in hand. The more you know yourself, the more clear you can be with others. You do not make promises or commitments you cannot keep. You say no when you mean no, and yes when you mean yes, and I don't know when you are not clear. The potential for misunderstanding is minimized by your willingness to tell the truth to yourself and others. The safe, loving, non-judgmental space of spiritual community helps you become increasingly honest and transparent. And then all your relationships with others, even the most disturbed interactions, begin to shift and to heal. Each of you is present for your own healing and others are merely witnesses to that. They do not come to analyze you, fix you, or enlighten you. They come simply to accept and bear witness to your healing process. They trust your process to lead you exactly where you need to go. My work asks you to get out of the way and trust the Spirit to heal. When you try to become the healer, the minister, the teacher, the technician, you just add more confusion, fear, and guilt to everybody's plate. You don't have to have all the answers to grow, to walk through your fears, to inhabit your life more completely. As you tell your truth and witness to the truth of others, the alchemical process of transformation begins in your heart. And it, not you, is in charge of the journey. I cannot tell you where that journey will take you. Indeed, it isn't important for you to know. But I can tell you to trust the process and know that it is bringing you home to yourself, home to your heart, and home to love. Healthy group process. Communicate your feelings honestly without shaming or blaming others. Genuine spiritual community happens only to the extent that it fosters an open mind and an open heart. You cannot foster an open mind if you teach any dogma. Giving people answers is manipulative and controlling. Instead, help them articulate their questions and begin the search for their own answers. Empower them on their journeys of self-understanding. And let them know that the community is a place where they can share ideas without being judged or preached to. Respect the ability of each member to find her way, and she will find it. You cannot foster an open heart if you exclude anyone who is sincere from your community or give preferential treatment to any of the members. People open their hearts when they feel welcome and treated as equals. Nothing closes the heart down more quickly than competition for love and attention. Most people are wounded emotionally and react quickly and defensively to any semblance of inequality or injustice, even if it is not intended. This is why the primary focus of the community must be on establishing clear boundaries and healthy group process. Each person must be given a chance to be heard and encouraged not to stuff feelings or hide them from others. He must also be encouraged to avoid shaming or blaming others, but to take responsibility for his own thoughts, feelings, words, and actions. When a safe space is created in which feelings can be expressed without attacking others, misunderstandings, judgments, and projections can be dissolved. People can return to their hearts and their bodies. The breath can be restored. Trust can be re-established. It is absurd to assume that this kind of physical, emotional, and mental reconciliation can happen without a loving environment to foster it. Leaving a group together without teaching them guidelines and process skills is like leaving a toddler alone in a house. He may be okay for the first 15 minutes, but after that he'll find the chemicals under the sink and the drawer where the knives are stored. You don't want to see the outcome. And yet you know it. You see it over and over again. As soon as egos rise to attack and defend, it isn't long before the battlefield is strewn with corpses. And then, of course, you have the walking wounded, the ones who have been hit and don't know it yet. You assume that they are normal until you do something to trigger their repressed rage. No, you don't want to leave a group of wounded people alone to fend for themselves. You want to teach them how to communicate their feelings without blaming, shaming, or attacking others. Many people who join spiritual communities are desperate to find love and acceptance. They will say yes to the guidelines of the community without understanding them. When the time comes that their buttons are pushed, they may explode in rage, attacking all who get in their way. What do you do in such a case? The only thing you can do is to practice the guidelines. Take responsibility for your thoughts and feelings. Don't project. Listen without interrupting. Don't allow yourself to be cut off or steamrolled, but ask that you be heard in the same way that you listened. Do not attack. Do not defend. Just ask for equal time. By not making the other person wrong, but insisting on equality, anger is diffused, and the community receives a living demonstration of the guidelines at work. A core group of community members must be skillful in practicing the guidelines. Through their ability to model the practice of the process, the entire community learns the process, and then even the most difficult situations can be resolved in a way that honors everyone. Both the heart and the mind have a tendency to close down. If you join in community with others expecting everyone to be open all the time, you will have a rude awakening. You will see all these loving, spiritual people losing it, acting out their wounds in unmistakable ways. And you will wonder, why did I come here? This is just as bad as my nuclear family experience, maybe even worse. It's time for you to drop your fantasy about what community is. It's not a love-in, but a process of transformation that challenges the skill and resources of its members. It is not a bonfire on the beach that goes out when the wood has burned. It is a crucible that burns steadily and, unless process skills are learned early on, the elixir will be missing, and lead will not be turned into gold. The whole process will break down and it won't be pretty. Transformation requires not just willingness from the members of the community. It also requires skillful leadership and modeling of a safe, interactive process free of projection. Many people walk away from heart-centered, interactive spirituality because it is so rarely successful. They retreat from the fire, seeking an easier and less explosive path. They do not understand that it takes a lot longer to go around the fire than it does to go through it. Open heart, open mind. Through the practice of voluntary confession, a community of equals is born. When the mind is closed, the heart shuts down, and vice versa. It doesn't really matter which one closes first, the other one isn't far behind it. Don't expect the mind to stay open. It won't. An open mind is a mind free of judgments. How long is it before a judgment arises in your mind? Be honest. Is it every 2 hours, every 2 minutes, or every 2 seconds? In between those judgments, the mind is open. When judgments come up, the mind closes and stays closed for as long as the judgment is held. Don't try to stop yourself from having judgments. That is a futile exercise. Instead, be aware of the judgments that come up in your mind, look at them, and let them go. If you do this, you will discover that there will be more space between your judgments. Acknowledge your judgments to your friends and the members of your spiritual community. Help create an atmosphere in which no one beats himself up or attacks another person because he is having judgments. Through the practice of voluntary confession, a community of equals is born. No one is more spiritual than any other. All have judgments. All wish to release them and return to peace. By acknowledging mistakes, there is no pretension to spirituality. There is no desire for perfection, nor shame about imperfection. There is just acceptance of the ego as it rises and falls. There is patience and compassion. This deepens the safety of the space. When you establish a climate in which the ego is accepted and forgiven, life becomes much easier for everyone. Spirit now holds the ego in its loving embrace. Fear diminishes and the ego's tendency to split the mind is thwarted. As reactivity slows down, the wounds of the psyche have time to heal. This is the work of a healing community. It is a place where forgiveness is practiced and each contraction of fear is held gently in the arms of love. It is a sanctuary where heart and mind close only to open more fully to the presence of love. Arrogance and spiritual pride. You don't know what is in your brother's heart. It is spiritual pride to think that you are any further on the journey than anyone else. Even if this were true, it would not serve you to talk about it. What serves you is humility. You do not have the capacity to make a correct determination of the spiritual progress of any other person. One who seems to be far behind can move ahead in a flash. And one who seems far ahead can be seriously disabled. The whole idea of ahead and behind is meaningless, since you don't know where the starting line is or the finish line. Others do not necessarily start where you do. They don't necessarily end where you end. Some have a short journey packed with heart-rending challenges. Others have a long journey composed of many uneventful lessons. You can look at others and think you understand, but you will just be kidding yourself. You have no idea what anyone else's life is about. Nor is it really any of your business. You have enough on your plate to keep you busy. Just to embrace your own lessons is the work of a lifetime. Be careful if you are a teacher, counselor, healer, or other authority figure. Many people seek a helping role before they have done their own emotional healing work. They hide behind their role and so avoid any kind of self-scrutiny. However, they will not be able to hide behind their spiritual mask forever. Sooner or later, their own dirty laundry will be aired. It is inevitable. This is a place where you become visible. Even if you play the game of hide and seek, it is only a matter of time before you are found and called to account for your thoughts, feelings, and actions. Wearing clever disguises and pretending not to be home when the doorbell rings is just a delaying tactic. It cannot work in the end, because the entire planet is on a wake-up mission. This is not the place to be if you want to hide or stay asleep. If your goal is unconsciousness, you are in a dangerous place. If you were in touch with everybody's intention to wake up and help you wake up, you could not take any trespass personally. When someone bumps into you, you would just say sorry, brother. I didn't see you. Thanks for the wake-up call. I'll be more alert now. It's not just the trespass that wounds, but also the interpretation of it. You judge others for attacking you and you judge yourself for allowing them to do so. It is not just the wound that needs to heal, but also the shame around it. You will not wake up as long as you insist on remaining a victim and holding grievances toward the one who victimized you. No one wakes up without forgiving self and other and learning to take personal responsibility for learning the lesson. If you want to wake up together, stop interpreting what happens and learn to communicate honestly. Don't presume guilt. Don't presume to know the other person's motives. Tell the truth about your experience and ask for the truth in return. You don't know what is in your brother's heart. The best you can do is to ask him openly. This is as close as you will ever come to knowing what he thinks and what he feels. If you never inquire of him what his experience is, how will you ever come to know what his intentions are toward you? All you will know are your own projections, your own judgments and interpretations. These say a lot about you and very little about him. And, if you cannot presume his innocence, how will you ever be able to presume your own? You see, there is no way out. Every judgment you make about someone else returns to haunt you. Better to give those judgments up and admit that you know nothing of other people's intentions or motives. Pretending that you know when you don't is arrogance and spiritual pride. Chapter 7, Opening to Miracles. Miracle consciousness depends on your ability to intuit the presence of God in your life. That you exist at all is a testimony to God's love. When you are in touch with God's love for you, everything that happens in your life is miraculous. All you see are extraordinary opportunities to love, learn, create, and be fully present in your life. When you are not in touch with God's love for you, everything that happens in your life seems to be insufficient or not good enough. You perpetually find fault with yourself, with others, and with your experience. Your relationship to yourself and your Creator determines the quality of your life. When you feel worthy of God's love, you are connected to all that is and grateful for your life. When you feel that you are just a random, purposeless creation, you lead an isolated, aimless life. You do not know why you are here. Miracle consciousness depends on your ability to feel or intuit the presence of God in your life. To do that, you must be willing to trust yourself, to trust others, and to trust your life as it is moment to moment. When you trust, you understand that you are here for a reason. You open to the unfolding of the divine plan in your life. Learning to trust. God can't be in charge as long as you think you are the boss. Experiment with being in your life without judgment. Be neutral about what happens. You don't have to see things in a positive light. Just stop seeing them in a negative light. Stop imposing your expectations on the events and circumstances of your life. Just let life unfold and see what happens. Your judgments and interpretations of life do not bring you peace or fulfillment. So set them aside and let life be what it is. Experience life free of the limitation you place upon it. When you live without judgment, things go smoother. Problems resolve. Relationships move on course. Your life starts to work. Increasingly, you realize that you are not the one who makes your life work. So you stop trying. You stop trying to figure things out. And you just show up and do what you are asked to do in the moment. You can't know God's plan as long as you insist on your own. God can't be in charge as long as you think you are the boss. The primary obstacles to your relationship with God are your knowledge and your pride. Surrender these and you will make room for God's plan in your life. Giving up your agenda allows you to open to the divine plan. Your ego's tendency is to keep things as they are, no matter how bad they may be. God says, let go of the past and make room for something that honors you more deeply. You are afraid to do that because there is no guarantee that the new will be any better than the old. You'd rather hold on to the old and invite the new in at the same time. That is the inevitable catch-22. The new cannot come in until the old is released. When you are attached to the past, you cannot move forward. When you let go of the past and accept what is, the universe instantly moves to support you. The deeper your let go is, the more resources rush to your side. It is the nature of the ego to project the past forward into the future, to meet the new with conceptual nets that would tame it and make it conform to yesterday's experience. There is nothing new in this. It is simply the movement of fear which resists anything new. It is important to see how that fear operates in your life. It is important to realize how you become attached to your previous experience and resist anything new that wants to come into your life. When you hold on to your experience or use it to interpret the present experience, you push God away. When you surrender your ideas about the way things should be, let go of the past, and open to the future, you invite God back into your life. Your ego's agenda is to keep you safe. And safety is perceived in what is familiar, so the ego will argue that you should do things as you have done in the past. The ego is basically uncomfortable with change. It wants continuity, predictability. You have to demonstrate to your ego mind that you can take risks and be safe too. Each time you let go and have a positive experience, you will be mapping a different course for your life. Growth requires change and new challenges. It disrupts the continuity in your life and asks you to go deeper. If something is continuous, it is not miraculous. Miraculous events are not continuous with what happened before them. They represent a shift of energy, a movement out of past perception and limitation. They are unpredictable and unexpected. Sometimes they even shake things up. They take away what is no longer needed so that something new and exciting can emerge. Without your surrender of the past, miracles cannot come into your life. You create the space in which the miraculous occurs. Miracles and the unmiraculous. The real miracle is to be found in the spiritual purpose behind the event. When you think of miracles, you no doubt think of people who are cured of serious illnesses, who are delivered unexpectedly from dangerous situations, or who experience unanticipated good fortune. But what about the person who dies of an incurable illness, who is paralyzed in a serious accident, or is the victim of some terrible crime? Are we to view these apparently negative events as completely unmiraculous, as out of sync with God's laws? And, if so, can we say that those who experienced these negative events were people who were not spiritual or close to God? Nothing could be further from the truth. All events cohere in a higher order, the meaning of which dawns on those who open their hearts and minds to their experience. No event, no matter how unfortunate, is devoid of purpose. The cripple is no less holy than the man whose broken limbs are mysteriously healed. Don't be fooled by appearances. Job experienced intense suffering in his intimate encounter with God. Things often do not mean what you think they mean. Linear thinking is always dangerous, but when applied to issues of spirituality, it becomes a tool for inappropriate self-criticism and false pride. You are not bad if you don't receive the miracle you ask for. You are not good if you do. Such thinking comes from looking only at the surface of life. And, if you want to understand the miraculous nature of life, you must look beneath the surface. All events are miraculous in the sense that they have a higher purpose. Often, you don't see what that purpose is and you may feel betrayed by God. You may think you are being punished. But that is just a limitation on your part, an unwillingness to accept, to trust, to look more deeply for the meaning that eludes you. The real miracle does not lie in the outer event, in the apparent good or bad fortune involved. The real miracle lies in the spiritual purpose behind the event. The purpose may be to strengthen your faith or to challenge it. It may be to strengthen your body so that you can better serve, or to weaken your body so that you can leave its limits behind. You are not capable of deciding what anything means. All you can do is ask, what is this for? What is the meaning of this? Miracles help you break through the limits of your own mind. They challenge your worldview and urge you to let go of your interpretation of life so that you can see the possibilities that lie beyond it. It is odd, perhaps, but sometimes an apparent tragedy turns out to be an unanticipated blessing. You have heard people say thank God for my cancer. Without it, I never would have transformed my life, or thank God for the lesson of my child's death. It helped me wake up to my purpose in this lifetime. Sometimes what appears to be taken away is the greatest gift, because it calls you forward. It brings you out of our shell into your life purpose. Miracles and physical laws. Your job is not to try to alter physical reality, but to be fully present with it. The real miracle is your joining with God and understanding His will for you. External healing or other blessings are not required. They may happen or they may not. You may be cured of your illness or you may not. The real miracle comes in your surrender to life as it is. When you come to peace and acceptance of your life, the miracle of God's love dawns in your heart. Some people feel that a miracle has not taken place unless a physical law is transcended. The ocean parts and lets the people pass, or the body is raised from the dead. I hate to disappoint you, but everything that happens on the physical plane happens according to physical laws. That does not mean that spiritual laws are not in operation. They certainly are. But spiritual laws work with and through physical laws. There is no contradiction. Spiritual laws do not govern how things work, but what they mean. How you interpret your experience and give meaning to it determines your psychological experience of the event. If I had superhuman physical powers, I could have stopped my crucifixion from happening. But my spiritual understanding did not make me a Superman. It simply enabled me to see the truth of what was happening to me. So I did not take the crucifixion as an attack. I did not condemn my brothers, for I saw that their actions were motivated by fear. And I felt compassion for them. Yes, I was crucified. But I did not close my heart. I did not cast blame on anyone. I surrendered to God's will in that moment, as I had done in every other moment of my life. If you think your faith will stop the crucifixion, you are just as likely to be wrong as right. Perhaps your faith will help your executioners open their hearts and change their minds. Perhaps it will not. Perhaps your faith will simply allow you to suffer your fate without condemning others. You see, you don't know what God is asking from you until He asks it. And then, your choice is either to resist or to surrender. It is that way in any moment of your life. It is that way in any situation. You don't know what it means. You just need to come to it willing to let go, willing to allow, willing to surrender. Those physical laws which appear to be vitiated in certain miraculous experiences are simply laws that are incompletely understood. If you understood the laws fully, you would see that the event occurred entirely in harmony with them. Of course, there is much that you do not understand about the laws that govern physical reality. As your understanding of physical reality matures, you will increasingly see how physical laws interact with spiritual laws to create the experience you need in each moment. I strongly discourage magical thinking, or the attempt to alter physical reality through the concentration of the mind. It is not that such things are impossible, but they are improbable and represent an aspect of your experience which does not need to be tampered with. To stand in the middle of the train tracks with the train approaching, while visualizing the train disappearing, is not something I recommend. Miracle-mindedness is not demonstrated through the attempt to manipulate physical reality with the mind. That is an activity of the ego. The attempt to produce miracles on demand is the activity of a clown, not a spiritual man or woman. You demonstrate your miracle-mindedness by surrendering to your experience and connecting with God's will for you in each moment. Your job is not to try to alter physical reality but to be fully present with it. As you endeavor to do this, your fear, your addictions, your attachment to the past, will rise up before you. Your job is to meet that fear, those addictions, and attachments in a loving and compassionate way. Your job is to walk through your fear and your pain, to recover from your addictions, to drop your interpretations and judgments and to enter your experience with an open mind and undefended heart. Your job is to meet the wounded child within you with love and encouragement, to help him feel safe so that he can heal and grow into his strength and purpose. Everything can be lifted up. The only thing which can bring freedom from violence is that which is free of violence. God needs your cooperation. Your brother and sister need your cooperation. You are not alone and you cannot live as if you are the only one who matters. When you try to live depending on yourself alone, you stumble and fall. Only when you think and act beyond your immediate ego needs does your life become subject to the law of grace. To honor and care for yourself is your responsibility. Anything that honors you cannot possibly hurt another. But to act in a selfish way, placing your good above another's, invites conflict and resentment. The ways of the world are harsh in this regard. One who takes advantage of others may be feared but he is not loved. When his fortune changes, which it invariably does, and he begins to self-destruct, others are more than happy to help pull him down. The outside world inevitably reflects back to you the fruits of your thoughts and actions. As you sow, so do you reap. Every time you attack another, you have something to defend. You are always looking over your shoulder to see who or what might be sneaking up on you. This is not a particularly satisfying or dignified way to live. Your fearful thoughts and actions call forth the fearful thoughts and actions of others. These fear-based interactions become institutionalized in your eye for an eye system of justice, which perpetuates the cycle of abuse. By punishing the perpetrator, you hope to discourage him from brutalizing others in the future. You don't understand that all of his rage comes from his perception of himself as a victim, and it is that which you are reinforcing by punishing him. If you want to change the criminal, you must stop punishing him and begin to love him. Nothing else will work. Love is not a reward for his trespass. It is the redeemer of his soul. It recalls him to himself. It shifts him out of the reactive cycle in which he dehumanizes himself and others. In the face of genuine love and caring, even the hardened criminal softens. You cannot stop hate by fighting it with revenge. Every act of violence begets a counteract. By now you should know this. It would be so easy if all you needed to do to contain violence was to meet it with force. That would be a religion and worldview you could easily understand. But were this the case, there would be no hope of spiritual awakening on the planet. So it cannot be the case. The eye for an eye system of justice is not built into the blueprint for healing on planet Earth. The only thing which can bring freedom from violence is that which is itself free of violence. Only a spiritual solution works. Human solutions to human problems invariably fall short. You can't solve a problem on the level on which you perceive it. You must go to a higher level, see the big picture, see the cause of the problem and address that. That is why you need God in your life. That is why you need a spiritual practice. That is why you need something that calls you out of the cycle of attack and defense in your life. There is no peace without God. You can't find peace in the world. You can find it only in your heart, when it is open. An open heart invites the beloved in. It invites the stranger in, and yes, even the criminal. An open heart is a sanctuary where all are welcome. It is a temple where the laws of spirit are practiced and celebrated. It is the church you must enter again and again to find redemption. Ask yourself, am I thinking and acting for myself alone, or do I have the good of the other in my heart? If you do have his good in your heart, you will lift him up and you will be lifted up with him. If you don't, you will retreat in fear, closing your heart, seeking more protection. It is a simple choice. Crucifixion happens when your heart closes to your brother. Resurrection happens when you open your heart to him, when you stop blaming him for your problems, when you stop punishing him for his mistakes, when you learn to love him as you love yourself. Only this will bring release from the prison of fear. Only this. Love is the only miracle. All other miracles are frosting on the cake. Look beneath the surface of every one of them and you will see a shift from fear to love, from self-protection to self-expansion, from judgment of others to acceptance of them. Love says, I accept you as you are. I will consider good equally with my own. Do you have any idea how powerful this statement is? To every person you address in this way, you offer freedom from suffering. And by offering it to him, you offer it to yourself. If you do not seek equality, then you will never learn how to give love without conditions. If you do not offer equality, you will never learn how to receive unconditional love. What you seek, you will find. As you offer, so shall you receive. The law has not changed. A free lunch. A free lunch costs more than the one you pay for. For some, it is a great challenge to consider the well-being of others. For others, it is far too easy. In fact, it is easier for them to meet the needs of others than it is for them to get in touch with their own needs. In this case, serving others can be a form of self-betrayal. When one opens his heart, he includes others in his sense of well-being. He does not trade their well-being for his own. He doesn't try to please others at his own expense. He does not give himself away and find an identity in someone else. He expands his territory of caring to include his family, his friends, and ultimately his enemies. He expands his sense of self continually, as he learns to open his heart and soften to his experience. By contrast, one who tries to please others at the expense of self is not offering love, but sacrifice. And sacrifice has its price. Hidden in the apparent show of selflessness is the demand for recognition, the desperate search for approval, the need to ensure acceptance and love at any price. Because hidden demands eventually surface, the one who is the recipient of the sacrifice usually feels manipulated and controlled. He feels beholden to the other person and stays in the relationship not out of joy but because of guilt. How can I leave her? Look at what she's done for me. And, if I did leave, she would not make it. She'd self-destruct. She'd commit suicide. Ironically, the very people who have been cared for so selflessly become custodians too. Roles reverse. Caretakers extract their side of the bargain. Or if they can't, there is great bitterness on their part. Beware of those who would sacrifice their lives for you. They will insist that they are repaid for every self-effacing gesture. Anyone who offers to give himself away for you will expect you to do the same for him. You have heard the expression there is no free lunch. That is ultimately true. But there are lunches that appear to be free. You don't have to pay now, but you most definitely have to pay later. Generally speaking, you can assume that what you don't have to pay for now is given on credit. Eventually the bill collector will come and he will want interest too. Better not to accept the deal when it is offered to you. Better to say, "No, sister. I would prefer that you honor yourself. Please do not ignore your needs because you wish to please me." Nothing good can come of it. I realize this is not the popular thing to say. Temptation comes in many guises. One of the most prevalent ones is some version of the free lunch. Watch out when food, money, sex, or attention is offered to you without strings attached. The longest strings are the ones that are invisible. If you are responsible, if you have the ability to pay, a free lunch does not appeal to you. If you can go into an elegant restaurant, order a good bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon, and eat filet mignon and baked shrimp on the deck overlooking the water, why would you go to the local soup kitchen? You would do it only if you were greedy. Greed does not bring a kind or happy future. A miser doesn't take the time to enjoy his wealth. And death comes before he has learned to seize the moment and live it fully. If you are a responsible person, you pay your way up front. You support others by purchasing their services. You don't need a free lunch and you don't need to defraud others in order to make a living. You know that receiving without giving is out of harmony with nature and the divine will. You don't seek that which is unfair, no matter how seductive it may appear. Chapter 8, Reconciliation. Pain is the great equalizer. It brings you to your knees. It makes you more humble and sensitive to the needs of others. If you look at the surface of people's lives, you would have to say that people aren't equal. One person is a great athlete making millions of dollars a year. Another person is a handicapped veteran living on disability. One person has several advanced degrees. Another has not even finished the 8th grade. This hardly seems equal or fair. Indeed, in the eyes of the world, there is very little equality. Yet, in the eyes of spirit, people are completely equal. The rich man has no more privilege than the poor man. The simple man is no less appreciated than the brilliant intellectual. When you see beyond appearances, when you see what is in people's hearts, you see the same struggle, the same pain. The wealthy doctor who has lost a son to AIDS has the same pain that the woman on welfare has when she loses her daughter. Pain is the great equalizer. It brings all human beings to their knees. It makes them more humble and sensitive to the needs of others. Pain is the greatest teacher on planet Earth. It undermines all hierarchies, social status, or material riches. It brings everything up for healing. If you have touched your own pain deeply, you know this. And you feel great compassion when you see others in pain. You do not need to push them away, nor do you need to try to fix them. You just hold them deeply in your heart. You offer them a hug and some words of encouragement. You know what they are going through. The world builds people up and it tears people down. There is no permanence in the world. Fame and ignominy, poverty and riches, happiness and despair run hand in hand. You can't experience one side without experiencing the other. If you think you can, you are in denial. Most of you are in some degree of denial. That is probably because you have hardly touched your pain. It is too scary for you to do so. You would rather pretend to be spiritual than admit that you are having a really rough time. You don't want people to see your dirty laundry, your judgments, your desires, your suicidal thoughts. It is easier for you to let people see the pasteboard mask than the contorted face behind it. You are proud of the spiritual adult, but you are still ashamed of the wounded child. The worst thing about denial is that it creates a culture of pretense and shame. Because so many people are pretending to be well-adjusted spiritual beings, those who are in touch with their pain feel that they are social misfits. They do not feel worthy to associate with others. They are ashamed of their pain and they isolate themselves, afraid to be seen or heard by others who might judge or reject them. A person who is in touch with her pain threatens others. Her very presence cuts through the pretense in human interaction. Others find it difficult to wear their masks around her. Her willingness to be emotionally present with what she is feeling tends to bring up feelings in others that they may not want to deal with. Yet for those who have the courage to be with their pain, a sacred passageway opens. The closed heart stretches and opens, the body begins to breathe, and blocked energy is released. This is the first step in the healing process. In the acknowledgement of pain and the willingness to be with it, the sacred journey begins. The journey of awakening. Feeling your pain enables you to be honest and authentic. It connects you with a healing community. One cannot find genuine intimacy with others without being deeply with one's experience and communicating honestly about it to others. Relationships based on mutual denial are emotional prisons. Since two people wearing masks cannot communicate easily or honestly, partners in such relationships have no tools to open the prison door. Enter an awakening crisis, the death of a loved one, a physical illness, or the loss of a job, and presto, the shell of denial is cracked. The prison door is blown open and the shell-shocked inhabitants are let out into the fresh air. Here they feel worse than they did when they were in prison, because now they are in touch with their pain. Awakening events take chronic pain and make it acute. It hurts more. People get sicker. They can't function in the world as well. They have to make time and space to be with their pain. To begin to feel your pain is the first great act of self-liberation. It is the end of unconscious sabotage and collusion. It is the birth of conscious awareness. When you feel your pain, you begin to move through it. It is a passageway, a means of shifting your life. It is not meant to arrest you. You are not meant to fall in love with your pain, hold on to it, or build a new identity around it. It is not a stationary train, but a moving one. Once you get on it, it takes you where you need to go. Feeling your pain enables you to be honest and authentic. It empowers you to ask for unconditional love and support from others and to be willing to offer the same in return. It connects you with a healing community. You meet other human beings whose shells of denial are cracking and you begin to heal together. The decision to heal is often a lonely one, yet no one ultimately needs to heal alone. Your healing is much quicker and much more profound when you are witnesses to the healing of others. A healing community is very different from a hospital, where people go to get fixed or die isolated and alone. In a healing community, people connect with their feelings and discover greater intimacy with others. In a healing community, people may die, but they do not die alone. They die surrounded by loved ones. They die having stepped more fully into their lives. They die in forgiveness, in acceptance, and in peace. It is time to stop building hospitals and start creating healing communities. Don't do this for other people. Do it for yourself, for your family, for your friends. You all need a safe, loving space in which to heal. When pain is faced, people meet as equals. When pain is acknowledged, people learn to tell the truth about their experience. Then God's work can begin on planet Earth. Addiction to pain. Pain and suffering are not meant to be constant companions. They are messengers, not roommates. Some people who begin to acknowledge their pain see that it gets them lots of attention. They build a whole identity around being wounded and they become addicted to telling their war stories. When someone tells the same story over and over again, you know that person is not being authentic. The authentic person is not a professional storyteller. He is not a confession artist. He does not need to be the center of attention to feel good about himself. The authentic person tells his story because the telling of it is an act of healing. As he tells it, he comes to a more profound insight into an acceptance of what happened. He embraces his experience more fully. He deepens his compassion for himself and others. As he tells his story, he heals, and so others heal with him. The moment he has integrated his experience, he no longer needs to tell his story. If he insists on telling it, it becomes an impediment to his spiritual growth. It becomes a crutch that he leans on, even though his limbs have healed and he is ready to put all his weight on them. He becomes attached to his story, wedded to his pain. His story becomes an act. It no longer empowers people. The acceptance of pain brings a shift away from dis-ease. It brings increased ease, self-acceptance and confidence. It allows you to take the next step on your journey. Acknowledged pain is a door that opens, an invitation to expand, to trust more and take more risks. As you step into your fear and your pain, you move toward your joy. You leave old limits in your life behind. You shed your old skin. As you share authentically, you empower others to heal. You move on. They move on. A life of pain is no longer called for. Pain is necessary only when there is dissociation or denial. Suffering happens only when you are in resistance to life. While pain and suffering are universal phenomena, they are temporary ones. They touch every life at one time or another. But they are not constant companions. They are messengers, not roommates. To say that the messenger is not present in your life when he is knocking at your door is utter foolishness. Please answer the door and hear what he has to say. But when you have heard the message, the messenger can leave. His job is over. Therapeutic abuse. The compulsion to heal is as vicious as the compulsion to wound. Indeed, they are different faces of the same coin. When it becomes chic to be a victim of childhood trauma or sexual abuse, therapists too easily get away with putting words in their clients' mouths. Memories of events that never happened are enshrined on the altar. Incidents of minor insensitivity or carelessness are exaggerated and painted with the language of fear and guilt. Everyone imagines that the worst must have happened. This is hysteria, not healing. It is a new form of abuse. Instead of inquiring into what happened and allowing the inner child to speak, a professional label is placed on the wound. The victim's voice is squelched once again and she is given someone else's opinion of what happened to her. In order to gain approval, the wounded child tells the story the authority figure, now her therapist, asks her to tell. By capitulating to authority, she is told she is getting well. The therapist projects her own unhealed wounds onto her client. Her subjectivity is taken for objectivity by the courts. Families are separated. More children are punished. The chain of abuse continues. The attachment to pain is debilitating. The embellishment, exaggeration, or fabrication of pain is insane. Just as the creation of a priestly class of authority figures undermined the organic spirituality of the Church, so the creation of a new class of therapist/healer authority figures undermines the ability of individuals to access the healing that is their birthright. You can't make anyone heal any more than you can make people act in a moral way. Healing is a voluntary act. It happens as people are ready. Many people in therapy have no intention to heal. Many people dispensing therapeutic advice have no commitment to their own healing. For these people, therapists, and clients alike, therapy is a form of denial. Letting the wound heal by itself is just as important as ministering to the wound. We forget that the spiritual essence of the person does the healing. It is not the therapist or healer who heals. Those who intervene or interfere in the natural healing process will ultimately be called to account for the damage they do. For attack is attack under any guise. And the compulsion to heal is just as vicious as the compulsion to wound. Indeed, they are different faces of the same coin. The true healer respects the inner healing ability of her patient. She helps her patient make the connections that are ready to be made. She advocates integration, gentleness, and patience. Thus, her clients get stronger. They heal and move on. The unhealed healer is only too quick to make her patient into a victim, too quick to blame others. In the process, the patient is stripped of all dignity and self-confidence. She is made dependent on a steady diet of prescription drugs and doctor authority figures. If you are not to make a mockery of the healing process, you must avoid the extremes of denial and fabrication of pain. Pain must be faced, not imagined. If it is there, it will express itself authentically. It will speak with its own voice. Your job is to invite the voice to speak, not to give it the words to say. Blaming others does not lead to healing. Overcoming shame is more important than finding people to blame. Even when it is clear that violation has occurred, punishing the perpetrator is not the solution. For the perpetrator is already a victim, and punishing him just reinforces his own shame and powerlessness. The question you must learn to ask is not how do we heal, but how do we create a safe space where healing can occur. If you can learn how to do that, then healing will take care of itself and the conditions that cause abuse will be undone at their roots. Authenticity. Guidance cannot be found in the opinions of others. Whatever your experience has been, your challenge is to learn to accept it without judgment and to embrace it unconditionally. When you can do that, you can integrate the experience and the lessons it brings into the fabric of your life. The denial or fabrication of experience is inauthentic and results in greater fragmentation of consciousness and imbalance in the psyche. You must neither deny what happened, nor make it up. You must acknowledge what happened, however unpleasant or painful that may be, with the help of a therapist if you need it. That is what starts the shift from untruth to truth, from secrets to revelation, from hidden discomfort to the conscious awareness of pain. Pain is a doorway you walk through when you are ready. Until then, you are the doorkeeper, the sentinel who stands guard and decides whom to exclude and whom to let in. It is okay not to be ready. It's okay to exclude people or situations that feel unsafe. You are in charge of your own healing process. You decide how fast to go. Don't let anyone else dictate the pace of your healing process. If you work with a therapist/healer, make sure that he knows whenever you feel pushed or unsafe in any way. Honoring your own process is essential to a life lived authentically. Others will always have ideas, suggestions, and plans for you. Thank them for their concern, but be clear that you, not they, are making the decisions in your life. Beware of those who criticize you for your own good. And watch out when they play to your guilt. You don't owe anyone anything, except the truth. No is not a bad thing to say when people invite you to betray yourself. Indeed, it is precisely what your experience is attempting to teach you. Say no to all bargains and trades for love and approval. They cannot make you happy. Don't give away your freedom in return for a few conditional strokes. You need your freedom if you are to learn to be yourself fully. A genuine spiritual guide celebrates your freedom and encourages you to follow your own heart. A true teacher points you within, where you receive your guidance, and not without. For guidance cannot be found in the opinions of others. Permission to betray. All forms of manipulation are rooted in fear and insecurity. They may promise love, but they cannot deliver it. The majority of people you give your power away to will abuse or betray you. That is especially true for anyone you accept as a savior. You may say, "But I didn't know he would take advantage of me." I say to you, wise up. Take responsibility for your life. Realize that you bought the farm. Stop trying to blame another for the choices you made. You gave permission. You gave your power away. Perhaps you did not know how bad it would be. The abuse came, as it frequently does, wrapped in sugar-coated promises. Friendship may have been offered, or financial security, or spiritual redemption, or sex, or love. You name it. It doesn't matter what the bait was. You swallowed it and you got hooked. Be wiser next time. See the offer for what it is. You gave your power away in order to gain acceptance and love. But love never comes from any form of manipulation. All forms of manipulation are rooted in fear and insecurity. They may promise love, but they cannot deliver it. Don't believe those who say they would sacrifice their good for yours. Even if it were true, they would be committing a sin against themselves and nothing good could come of it. Don't accept anyone else's authority over you and don't accept authority over anyone else. Claim your freedom and offer freedom to others. Those who try to manipulate or bargain for love will spend their whole lives in an emotional labyrinth with little hope of egress. Conditional love is an endless prison. The only escape is to tell the truth to yourself and others. Then you can walk free. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. Do not borrow approval from others. Do not offer it when others seek it from you. Get out of the approval business. Get out of the lending business. Give what you can give with your whole heart and let the rest lie where it is. Too many of you get caught in the horizontal journey. I have tried to tell you that, no matter how far you go in the exploration of other, you will return to self. Earth is round. After you travel the circumference of the planet, you return to the same place. Why leave self at all? Why go astray seeking the other when there is no other? There is only the self. This you will discover sooner or later. The more you go out, the more you will return home. All others offer you a detour from the universe of self. The more you believe that you need others to be happy, the more miserable you will be. Happiness cannot be given by others, for, contrary to appearances, there are no others out there. There is only the self. What you perceive as other promises to love you, but as soon as you give your power to it, it attacks and betrays you. It commits murder, rape, child abuse, you name it. It does all this because it believes, as you do, that someone else can meet its needs or make it happy. All this is but a mirror, showing you the vicious nature of the abandoned, separated self. Separation cannot be undone through force. The unloved cannot find love. Only the one whose heart is softening can find the love he wants, but he does not find it outside the self. And once he finds it, he cannot lose it. Love yourself well and others move easily and naturally into your love. In truth, when two people meet who love themselves, there is no other present. There is just one being who dwells in the single heart of love. There is only one person here who needs to give and receive love, and that is you. Give love to yourself and include others in that love. If they do not wish to be included, let them go. It is no loss. You do not need another detour, another useless journey. Be steadfast in your love for yourself. Let that be your absolute number one commitment. Grace will bring others in who are happy to be with themselves. They will not come in making demands of you. They will not come in trying to take control of your life. When someone makes you an offer you can't refuse, you must learn to refuse it. Don't betray yourself, regardless of the price. The tempter will always come to you offering extraordinary gifts. Don't be fooled. He seems to have supernatural powers, but they are not real. He is just your brother moving off course, trying to draw you into his drama of self-abuse. Don't say yes to his offer. Listen to what God is telling you now, and in each moment, your needs are completely met. You are whole. You lack nothing. Relax and breathe. This too will pass. Yet even when you refuse him, the tempter will not yield. He will play to your insecurity and victim consciousness. No, he will tell you, you are not okay. You are lonely. You need companionship. You need a better job. You need a better relationship. You need more money, more sex, more notoriety. All of this will I give to you. Surely, you have heard this pitch before. Some knight in shining armor or damsel in distress always appears when you are feeling low. Where has it gotten you in the past? How many knights or damsels have sped off on their steeds, leaving behind them a trail of blood and tears? Yet this one seems better than the last. He or she is more sincere, more sensitive, more grounded. You fill in the words. It is your drama, not mine. If you look deeply enough, you will see that every pitch is the same. Every invitation to self-betrayal has the same sugar-coated promises and the same heart-wrenching core. Those who seek salvation in another lose touch with self. They go off like Don Quixote on the great horizontal journey. And they always find damsels to rescue and windmills to fight. That's part of the terrain. But in the end, they return home tired, wounded, and lacking in faith. The horizontal journey defeats everyone who takes it. There is no salvation to be found in the world. You can find peace only if you stay at home. Stay with the self. Bring love to the parts of the self that still feel unloved. Become rooted in the eternal blessing of God's abundance and grace. Here there are no strings attached, no neurotic bargains for love and approval. Here there is authentic wholeness, the joy of being present alone and together. Here abuse is impossible, for there is no other to distract the self and take it from its purpose. Here freedom and love are intertwined, for, without one, you cannot have the other. Emerging from the dream, you are the shining one dreaming the dream of abuse. All apparent abuse is a game between phantoms or shadows. People emerge with gaping wounds. They appear to get hurt, but genuine hurt is impossible, because the self is unassailable. You cannot put holes in it. You can only pretend to hurt or be hurt. Nobody can be separated from the source of love, but people believe that they can be, and their actions are based on this belief. As soon as this belief is challenged, love reveals itself. For it is always there behind the drama of attack and defense. If you see only the surface of life, you will see through a glass darkly. You will see only dream images. But if you lift the curtain and look behind it, you will see the actors behind their masks. You will see how everything that happens to you is called for from the depths of your being. And all of it contributes to your awakening. It forces you to look behind the curtain. It forces you to drop your role of victim or victimizer. It exposes your secrets. It lets you know that nothing can separate you from love, because you are love incarnate. You are the shining one dreaming the dream of abuse. You are the angel walking as wounded. Denying your hurts doesn't take you home. Pretending to be an angel when you feel like an abused kid does not contribute to your awakening. But neither does holding on to the wound. When the wound is addressed with love, it heals. That healing can be instantaneous or it can take a lifetime, depending on the degree of your surrender to love. But victimization does stop and healing does happen. The drama of suffering does comes to an end. Awakening is not a wrenching process, but a gentle giving up of blame and shame. A gentle letting go of projection. Suffering falls away and wounds dissolve in love's embrace. And in the end, it is as if the wound never happened. At best, you could say it was a dream of abuse, a dream from which you have gloriously awakened. Who you are is inseparable from love. It is therefore inevitable that you will awaken from the dream of separation. Nothing that you can do will change this outcome. God made certain of this. You cannot hurt yourself permanently. You cannot cut yourself off permanently from God's love. At best, you can take a circular journey away from yourself. At best, you can be seduced into thinking that happiness or unhappiness lies outside of you. Solitude. Caring for yourself is a full-time vocation. Your fear of being alone and your emotional dependency on others set you up for many disappointments. Constant failure in your relationships exacerbates old wounds, making it harder for you to heal. Your self-confidence is diminished and your anxiety about your self-worth is increased. All this can be shifted if you are willing to accept your aloneness as a state of being. Make room for activities that you enjoy and relationships that honor you and respect your boundaries. Find a way to care for your body and express your creativity. Live in an inspirational place. Find quiet time to center yourself. Walk in the woods or by the ocean. Work at something you enjoy doing. Be joyful. Eat well. Sleep well. Care for yourself and refine the quality of your life. Caring for yourself is a full-time vocation. Do not try to make it into a part-time activity. It must become the major focus of your life. When you become established in the flow of your life, your days are full of joy, creativity, and caring relationships that honor your newfound energy, optimism, and tranquility. These relationships are different from any you have experienced so far, because they are built on a solid foundation. When you know how to take care of yourself, there is no invitation to self-betrayal. Your behavior is not wound-driven and you do not attract abuse or codependent relationships. Solitude is necessary for your emotional health, whether you are living alone or living with another. Solitude gives you the time and space to integrate your experience. Without solitude, spiritual nourishment will be lacking. If you want a single cause for the amount of distress in the world, it is the fact that people do not take time to commune with self, nature, and the divine. A spiritual life, a life free of needless tension and self-created suffering, requires such communion. If you keep the Sabbath, you dedicate one day a week for self-nurturing and communion. That is enough to keep you centered in your life. If you meditate or take a long silent walk for an hour each day, you can achieve the same goal. It doesn't matter what ritual you choose, as long as it provides time for silent reflection. The time you take to integrate your experience is as important as the time you take to have the experience itself. If you remember that, you will assimilate your lessons with greater depth and rapidity. If you eat a meal and then take a half-hour nap, you will wake up rejuvenated. You will have given your body uninterrupted time to work on digestion. Try to do the same thing with all of your experiences. Allow time for digestion and assimilation. Let your experience percolate within you. Be with it. Let it live inside you, before you try to respond or live out from it. Every breath you take has 3 movements, an inhale, a pause, and an exhale. The inhale is for the taking in of experience. The pause is for its assimilation. And the exhale is for the release of extraneous material. While the pause is just a second or 2, it is essential for the integrity of the breath. Likewise, solitude is an essential aspect of a conscious, integrated life. The quality of life rests on it. Energy and spirituality require it. If you drop out this part, your life will be an empty shell. A great deal may pass in and out of it, but nothing will stick. There will be no growth in consciousness. Roots and wings. Only your rootedness can help you bring heaven to earth. The simple beauty and majesty of life is to be found in its cyclical rhythms, the rising and setting of the sun, the phases of the moon, the changes in the seasons, the beating of the heart, the rhythmic unfolding of the breath. Repetition provides continuity, familiarity, safety. Yet within every cycle, there are variations that provide challenges and opportunities for growth. Many people are disconnected from the rhythms of nature and their own bodies. They do not have a safe, nurturing environment in which to live and respond to the challenges that arise. This is one of the tragedies of contemporary life. The connection with the earth, the body, the breath, is disrupted. The nuclear family is stressed out and attenuated. The extended family is virtually extinct. Life today is a shell of what it used to be. Changes happen quickly without the time to reflect on them and integrate them. Relationships begin and end before people can establish trust or honest communication. Emotional demands crater the landscape of the heart, tearing into the soft tissue. Many people today are walking wounded. Yet few people notice it. Life goes on, driven to perpetual distraction. As entertainment flourishes, awareness and communion wane. More and more stimuli intrude. Life becomes busyness. The only quiet time is during sleep, and even that is prey to restless dreams. This is a travesty of life. It is life without breath, without energy, without intimacy. It is an attack on the senses, an overwhelming of the mind, and a violation of the spirit. It is life without heart, without rhythm. It is ungrounded. It reaches for the heavens while ignoring the earth. It spins out, careening wildly through the sky, moving from one self-destructive adventure to another. It is unsafe and abusive to all concerned. The more unsafe it seems, the more the wounded child inside seeks the security it believes an authority figure can provide. But that is just a trap. The greater your need for outside approval, the more devastating the betrayal of trust will be. People marry authority figures. They elect them. They go to their churches and join their cults. Yet eventually all these authority figures are discredited. And, as they fall from their pedestals, those who worshipped them once move in for the kill. It is an old story. You live in a time when all external authority is gradually being undermined. The more people look without, the more their lessons will force them to look within. All who seek the sky without getting roots in the earth will be beat up by their experiences. In time they will return, shovels in hand, and begin the work of planting. There are no wings without roots, except for birds. And they make sure to take shelter in trees with deep roots in the ground. All that is spinning out to heaven will fall to earth, abused, shattered, forsaken, licking its imagined wounds. That which is rootless will learn to grow roots. That which has sought authority without will learn to find it within. And then, with feet firmly planted in the earth, the eyes will notice the procession of sun and the moon. The senses feel the rise of sap in the spring and the lifting of leaves in the fall. Blood and breath will be restored. Rhythm will return. Safety will be recreated where it authentically lies, in the heart of each person. An organic order will be re-established on earth. If you are not growing roots, you are asking for trouble. Only your own rootedness can help you bring heaven to earth. Not willfulness or spiritual pride. Not left-brained agendas. Spirituality is a living with, not a living for. It is the poetry of being, the rhythm of life unfolding in each person, each relationship, each community. Chapter 9, Embracing the Self. You have only two choices in life. You can be faithful to yourself or you can betray yourself. Most of you know what you want, but you do not wait for it. You compromise your needs and your values to fit the situations which present themselves to you. You take the job or the relationship not because it offers you what you desire, but because you are afraid a better offer won't come. You live your life afraid to take risks because you do not want to give up the security you have. I have news for you. That security is your death knell. It prevents you from asking sincerely for what you want. For a moment, stop looking for satisfaction or security outside yourself. Do what makes you happy. Do not question it or apologize for it. Care for yourself gently and generously. Eat what your body requires. Sleep as long as you need to. Energize yourself on all levels of your being. Do not compromise. Be committed to you. Without a commitment to yourself, nothing worthwhile can be accomplished in life. Give yourself what you need to thrive. You have only two choices in life. You can be faithful to yourself or you can betray yourself. And no one else is responsible for the choice that you make. When you betray yourself, you eventually betray others. When you do not ask for what you want or accept what you do not want, you set others up for disappointment. Sooner or later, you will have to admit the truth. You don't really want what you asked for. The cycle of abuse continues until you see your own self-betrayal for what it is. The only way out of the detour of codependent, mutually deceptive relationships is to befriend the self, honor the self, love and embrace the self. Then one can build relationship on the truth of self-coherence. This is the new paradigm relationship. In the old paradigm relationship, the commitment to self is vitiated by the commitment to other. In seeking to please the other, self is abandoned. Since the abandoned self is incapable of love, this constitutes a vicious cycle of attraction and rejection. First the self is excluded, and then the other is excluded. All genuine relationship must be built on the foundation of one's acceptance of and love for self. That is the primary spiritual gesture, the one that opens the door to the potential for intimacy. When you know what you want, don't be afraid to ask for it. Stay focused on it and do not settle for less. Reject all the conditions with which love and attention are offered to you. Hold fast to the truth of your heart. Be patient and committed, wait for what you want, and know that you deserve it. Be faithful to yourself, learn to bring love to yourself, answer the call within your own heart, and one day the beloved appears at your doorstep. This is not a magical occurrence, but the fruit of a committed spiritual practice. Illumination. When you have the courage to look within, the light will appear. The world you know is engendered by self-betrayal. It is a sad, defeated, spiritless world. Those who try to redeem it do so by focusing on the sins of others. They punish others for their mistakes and hope this will lead to a change of mind and heart. However, punishing others for doing something they don't know why they did rarely leads to a change in their consciousness or behavior. Trespass against others comes from childhood wounds in the psyche and the fear and shame around them. For redemption to happen, these wounds must be uncovered and healed. Both the victim and the victimizer are wounded. They use their relationship to reenact the wounds so that it can be seen and healed. Society tends to have more compassion for the victim than it does for the victimizer, but that is because it does not understand that the victimizer was a victim first. Because he was hurt and traumatized, he attacks others. He has been taught to do this by his victimizer. Victim and victimizer are two sides of the same coin. Victim and victimizer call out to each other. And when they answer the call, they do so with conviction. Thanks to the other, each is given a wake-up call. Each is given the opportunity to uncover the wound and the fear and shame around it. If he is willing to look courageously, he can see how the wound is passed down from generation to generation. As a compassionate society, we should help both the victim and the victimizer uncover their wounds and begin to heal them. We must do this with profound gentleness and compassion. We do not want to blame the victim or condone the actions of the perpetrator. We simply want each one to heal and stop projecting his pain onto others. All forms of trespass are comprised of reactive behavior patterns that stem from core wounds in the psyche and the fear and shame around them. All reactive behavior patterns lead to self-betrayal, even those that result in the attack and betrayal of others. One cannot meet one's needs by attacking others. The strategy does not work. There is only one person who can be betrayed in the end, and that is the betrayer himself. To heal, you must encounter your own wound. Healing requires a safe space. You cannot heal if you are involved in an abusive relationship. You cannot heal if you are actively projecting your pain or being the target of your partner's projections. Sooner or later you will have to look within at the darkness. The wound may be stuffed down in the shadows, but it is not going to go away. Every encounter with an abuser just deepens the pain of the wound and confirms your apparent powerlessness. Yet you are not powerless. When you have the courage to look within, the light will appear. And you can carry it with you into the dark places of your soul where your wounds fester and your shame lies like a dark blanket over your innocence. As long as you are afraid to look at the darkness, the light cannot come. But when you are ready to face your fears and bring love to the wounded places in your heart and mind, then the light of awareness is finally lit. It is the beacon that illuminates the shadows. It is the lighthouse that guides the ships out of the stormy waters into the safety of the harbor. As long as you feel unworthy, you will have trespass and abuse. But unworthiness is not an endless curse that cuts you off from the love that you want. It is a temporary obstacle that can be removed if you have the courage to face your fears and walk through your shame. Many are afraid to take this journey through the dark night of the soul. That is understandable. But those who have taken the journey know that it looks much scarier than it is. They know that the light comes to those who ask for it, and in the end the darkness cannot hide from the light. In time, every hidden object is illumined. In the end awareness comes and the process of emotional healing is set into motion. Alone, with heart open. When you are content to be yourself, you take your brothers off the hook. When you finally discover that no one else can betray you, your relationship to your brother changes profoundly. He is no longer someone who can hurt you or treat you unfairly. Nor is he someone who can save you or make you feel better about yourself. Because you don't worship him or scapegoat him, his significance in your life greatly diminishes. He is simply a fellow traveler, a neighbor. You are willing to help him from time to time or receive his help. But you no longer wish to depend on him or have him become dependent on you. A new and healthy sense of boundaries is established in all of your relationships. You become capable of being a friend and receiving the fruits of friendship from others. But your interest in your brother or sister is no longer intrusive. Your happiness does not depend on how he or she responds to you. When you are content to be yourself, you take your brothers and sisters off the hook. They no longer have to be perfect in your eyes. You see their shortcomings and mistakes without judging them harshly. You see their beauty and integrity without envying them or placing them on a pedestal. The more you claim your freedom to be yourself, the easier it becomes for you to grant others the same freedom. You do not demand attention from others, nor do you tolerate relationships with others who make artificial demands on your time or attention. When you are alone, you remain open to others. When you are with others, you are not thrown off center or drawn into their dramas of self-abuse. Marriage vs. celibacy. Marriage is one spiritual path. Celibacy is another. Establishing in the self is the true meaning of celibacy. It may involve sexual abstinence, but this is not always the case. When you are celibate, you do not promise anyone an exclusive partnership. Your vow is to honor yourself and tell the truth in each moment. A celibate person is not looking for marriage or partnership. He is committed to being single as a spiritual path. Celibate people consciously choose a lifestyle of living alone. They are upfront with others about their decision not to marry or cohabit. They choose to live alone because their creative pursuits and/or spiritual practices require the majority of their time and attention and make living full-time with another person an unwise and unwieldy proposition. There is nothing wrong or right with celibacy. It is one spiritual path. Marriage is another. Both paths have their challenges and their rewards. Moreover, during the course of one's lifetime, one may choose to be married first, then celibate, or celibate first, then married. Society would do well to acknowledge the importance of different interpersonal models as people go through the inevitable life cycle changes. Of all the choices available, abstinence is the least likely to succeed. It is tragic that the Church has demanded this sacrifice of its clergy. Very few people are capable of sexual abstinence. Those who try and find that they cannot do it must engage in secretive, deceptive, and sometimes abusive behavior in order to satisfy their desires. Witness the many cases of pedophilia and other sexual assaults by clergy that have been covered up by the Church, thereby undermining its authority and credibility. It is time that such abuses come to light. And it is time that all religions rethink their positions on both celibacy and abstinence. For a clergy person may in good faith choose to be married, being a model to the congregation of what a successful marriage looks like, or to be single and celibate, being a model to the flock of the life of a solitary visionary or mystic. In the end, the form chosen does not matter as much as the commitment to honesty and truth. An honest but unconventional life is to be greatly preferred to a traditional life twisted by secrets and lies. Creativity and conformity. Authentic self-expression is neither offensive nor apologetic. In order to fully individuate, you may have to walk a different path than others walk. Your authenticity is often challenging to others who lead a more predictable, socially acceptable life. When you move across the grain, you can expect more friction than when you don't. When you challenge the values, standards, and perceptions of the dominant reality, you are unlikely to be supported financially or emotionally by it. Original work breaks new ground. And the more faithful you are to your own creative vision, the more you will tend to move into uncharted territory. A true artist is ahead of her time. She does not act from the outside in. She does not make her work conform to the demands and expectations of the marketplace. However, self-expression without feedback is solipsistic. It is not a dialogue with anyone. Without dialogue and feedback, creative work does not grow. It turns in on itself. It becomes a private language. The extremes of artistic license and artistic conformity are to be avoided. The former closes the audience out. The latter closes the artist in. Don't expect your creative endeavors to speak to others if you don't use a vernacular language. If you want to engage others, you must speak in a language that people understand. If you are wise, you will speak plainly and directly, the way you would like to be spoken to. Will authentic work support you? Perhaps it will. Perhaps it won't. In an enlightened society, all authentic work would be supported. But the world you live in has not reached that point of trust and investment in the creative process. However, you cannot afford to deny the creative aspect of your being just because it does not support you financially. That is self-betrayal. So find a way to make time and space for your creative self-expression. Give yourself an hour a day, or a day a week. Make a consistent commitment to your own creative process. Let there be a rhythm with it. Make it a ritual of self-honoring. Self-expression is essential to the honoring of self. Yet you must take time not only to create, but also to engage with others. That is the gesture that builds community. The desire for approval prevents honest self-expression. It is soft and apologetic. But the need to shock can be harsh and offensive, pushing people away. Authentic expression is neither offensive nor apologetic. It delivers its message and invites dialogue. It challenges you to grow, to question your values and beliefs, and to find a way to understand and appreciate others who have a different perspective and experience. Without the full realization of the creativity of each person, social life becomes dull, humdrum, restrictive, and boring. It caves in upon itself. There is no spark, no energy, no diversity or interchange. A family or educational system that does not foster creativity and dialogue is not doing its job. In an enlightened society, children are encouraged to honor their creative process and respect that of others. Time and space are provided for individual self-directed work, as well as for sharing and cooperative group activities. A creative watershed does not happen overnight, but evolves over time as your commitment to your own creative process deepens and expresses. The most profound learning happens at the experiential level. And your children learn best by watching what you do and emulating you. Chapter 10, Awareness. All experience contributes to reawaken the memory of the oneself. It is true that there is no ultimate reality in the wound. Yet your challenge is not to deny the wound, but to bring love to it. When awareness of the unwounded whole, love, is brought to the wounded part, unloved, the wound heals. The self cannot be damaged by its experience. All experience contributes to reawaken the memory of the oneself, absolute, all-inclusive, and therefore unassailable. Ironically, the more you individuate, the closer you come to touching the universal experience. For it is only by walking through the door of self that you fall directly into the heart. This should indicate to you the utter futility of following someone else's ideas or using their experience to validate your own. Only by accepting what comes directly and experientially to you will you find the door to the universal. It is paradoxical perhaps. It is by honoring the self that you move beyond self-interest. All teachings of self-abnegation are false. To go beyond the small self, you must become it fully. You must inhabit it and break through it. Denying your needs will just inhibit your progress. If you want to come into your true nature, you must learn to be completely human, authentic, and present to your experience. You are a fallen angel who must become fully human to win back your wings. You come here not because you are forced to, but because you are anxious to complete your lessons. No one can hold you back from moving into embodiment. It is not possible to defray your hunger for experience. It will always have its way. You come into this world thinking it would be easy, but it is anything but that. What seemed to be a gentle walk up the hill of judgment turns into an intensely challenging climb. Sometimes you think you can't make it. So you bail out of the experience. But that doesn't help. Wherever you leave the path is where you will have to resume your journey. There are no shortcuts. There is no way to skip over the lessons you carefully fashioned for your awakening. Freedom from the past. Do not stir the pot unless you want to smell the stew. Do not solicit the past unless you want to dance with it. All dreams of self are present in this dream. That is why it is not necessary to concern yourself with who you were in some past life, unless memories spontaneously come up for your attention. Your preoccupation with the past is what limits your ability to be fully present in the moment. And that presence is necessary if you are to wake up from the dream of abuse. In any moment you can be free of the past or enslaved by it. In any moment, you can justify your fear or walk through it. Do not go in search of memories from the past. If they come up, acknowledge them, be with them and integrate them. Do this not to empower the past, but to complete it, so that you can be present now. Anything that takes you away from your immediate communion with life is not helpful. On the other hand, resisting something that wants to come up takes you even further away from being present in the moment. Are there past lives? Only if you remember them. And if you remember them, you will continue to live them until you come to forgiveness of yourself and others. The key to all of this is simple. Do not gather wood unless you want to make a fire. Do not stir the pot unless you want to smell the stew. Do not solicit the past unless you want to dance with it. But if there is a fire in your house, you must pick up your things and leave. If the stew is boiling, you can't help but smell it. If the past is dancing in your mirror, you can't pretend to be in samadhi. Resistance of experience creates endless detours. But so does seeking. Do not resist. Do not seek. Just deal with what comes up. Don't try to save the world. Don't try to save others. All that just adds to your job description. Just be with your experience the way it is and try to get your arms around all of it. There is plenty there for you to digest. Nobody comes into embodiment with an empty plate. Everyone has at least a scrap or two to digest. Some have 7-course meals. Since each person must deal with what's on his plate, let him deal with it as happily as he can. Don't interfere in the lives of others or you will have a much bigger meal to digest. Stay detached from what someone else does or does not do. Don't even have an opinion about it. Just let it be. Don't borrow someone else's experience. Don't try to give someone else your experience. Don't be codependent. Step into your life. Sleep in your own bed. Prepare your own food. Clean up after yourself. Practice taking care of yourself and let others do the same. Open heart, empty mind. The process of enlightenment unfolds by itself. It requires no help from you. Nothing will crucify you faster than your own thoughts. Better not think at all, if you can do it. If you can't, think about simple things like washing the dishes or doing the laundry. And when these things are done, let the mind be empty. Everything you believe about the nature of your existence keeps you limited to the past. If you want to experience the moment unconditionally, give up all your concepts of it. Just be present in your life as it unfolds. Watch the tendency of the mind to try to figure everything out. Watch how it tries to structure and plan, plot and replot. Watch it try to hold on to mutual exclusive possibilities. Watch how easily it goes into opposition and conflict. Mind is always looking for the thread of the story so it can continue to weave the plot, or at least maintain the illusion of the story. But the interesting thing is that there is no plot. And the story is just a story, something that has entertainment value at best. Now if you know this, you might say some things that people would find disturbing. You might tell people, it's all a sham. There is no world, no heaven, no birth, no death, no self, no other, no ego, no God, no nothing. Can you imagine how embarrassing that would be for the powers that be? But you aren't ready to do that yet. You are still the living in the story. You are still limited by what you see. A radical practice is needed if you want to break through the limits of your perception. Begin seeing everything around you as a mirror showing you what you believe. Practice this every time you start to take your life or someone else's life too seriously. Practice it when you are in pain and feel you can't take another step forward. Practice it when you are in love and can't wait another moment for your lover. Practice this and keep your eyes open as you embrace your experience. Don't go to sleep. Don't pretend that you know what something means. Just remember everything that you see shows you what you believe and be willing to look into the mirror. It is like watching a rock skipping over the surface of a pond. You see it skipping, but you don't know who threw it. You have to look for a long time before you see the trajectory of the rock and the one who threw it. While you are watching, you can consider these questions. If a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it make a sound? What is the sound of one hand clapping? Of course, you aren't going to figure any of this out, so just be present with the questions until they drop away. Then you can come to God with empty hands and an open heart. The process of enlightenment unfolds by itself. It requires no help from you. Surrendering what you know. Spiritual knowledge is more an emptying out than a taking in. Since people have different beliefs and perceptions, they react to similar circumstances in very different ways. That is why you can never predict what anything will mean to another person. The event that one person responds to with compassion will stir up anger or resentment in another. Of course, not all beliefs and the choices resulting from them are conscious. Unconscious choices made in the past can determine present realities. Each person lives in the karmic flow of his life, and while certain experiences may be perfect for the evolution of his soul, he may not consciously understand or appreciate them. When you want to wake up, you learn to surrender to your experience. When events arise which challenge you, you listen for the message hidden behind the veil. You work to see the soul value and potential for learning in each encounter. Your effort is not focused on trying to manipulate your experience to achieve the outcomes desired by your ego, but rather to commune with your experience to learn the lessons that it brings. Your life is a continual dialogue between experience and your interpretation of it. Increasingly, you learn that your suffering is not caused by what happens, but by the meaning that you give to it. Nevertheless, there are times when you resist your experience and have difficulty taking responsibility for it. And those are the times when you are challenged to go deeper in your spiritual practice and expand your consciousness beyond what you know and anticipate. The biggest obstruction in your relationship with the divine is the belief that you already know. That belief makes you a prisoner of your own subjective interpretation. What you think you know is just your fear asserting itself. Your description of reality is not reality. Instead, it limits reality to fit your bias, prejudice, judgments, and mistaken beliefs. In the end, you must surrender what you think you know in order to discover what you need to learn. Spiritual knowledge does not help you control and manipulate your life or that of others. It does not enable you to predict events or interpret what they mean. It is a knowledge that enables you to look within, to see through the veil of your subjective reactions, to learn to appreciate the essence of life as it unfolds without attaching your own meaning to it. Spiritual knowledge comes from giving up what you think you know and surrendering to what is. It is more an unknowing than a knowing, more an emptying out than a taking in. Some of you have tried to gain knowledge of the past or future through a variety of esoteric systems, but all of these systems are limited. The desire for esoteric knowledge is one of the ego's last defenses against the truth. This defense must be surrendered before the truth can be placed in your hands. Spiritual work. This is a journey to full empowerment. When the self is empowered fully, abuse will be impossible. Spiritual work asks you to look at yourself, not to look at others. You learn the most when you examine your own thoughts, feelings, and actions, not when you look at what other people think, feel, say, or do. When others trigger you, your reaction has nothing to do with the other person. Your reaction shows you where you are in conflict, not where the other person is. Every fear or insecurity you have about yourself is a button waiting to be pushed. The fact that people push these buttons is not at all remarkable. What is remarkable is that you blame them for pushing them. When you wear a sign that says "Hit me," are you surprised that a few people come along and take you literally? People who attack you are doing what they, in their self-deluded way, think you want them to do. And you allow them to do it. The abuse will stop when you learn to say this is unacceptable. I will not permit it, yet this is hard for you to do. Why? Perhaps you are a child being abused by an adult. The adult is the authority figure. Often it is a parent whom you love. You want the abuser's love and approval, regardless of the costs to you, so you deny the pain, or dissociate from it. Adults who are victimized as children seek to recreate the pain of childhood traumas so that they can break through patterns of dissociation, recall the abuse and come to conscious grips with their wounds. That is why they frequently marry a person who is exactly like their abuser. Only by aggravating the wound can the shell of denial be cracked. The release of rage, guilt, and self-hatred open the door to healing and integration. There are many versions of abuse and betrayal. Understanding your version is important. However, blaming your abuser will not free you from the cycle of violence, because the pattern is a self-generating one. As long as you stay in it, you will pass the wound on to your children. Until you have the courage to stand up for yourself fully, someone will always be around to abuse you. Indeed, you will keep calling abusers to you until you decide that you have had enough. Don't blame the abuser. Ask instead, why did I allow myself once again to be drawn into a situation in which I am not respected and listened to? See your low self-esteem. See how you accept love at any price. See how you keep recycling your fear of abandonment because you are afraid to face it head on. Stand up and stop the game of abuse. Refuse to be an object, even though being an object seems to offer you the attention you desire. See the trail of broken promises and the tears of regret. Conditional love has given you nothing. It has just deepened your feelings of abandonment and your experience of betrayal. Remind yourself that you decided to play the game. You gave permission. Acknowledge your mistake and learn from it so that you don't repeat it. Take responsibility. No one is a victim unless he decides to be one. Until you see the pattern and take responsibility for breaking it, it will continue. It doesn't matter how much therapy you have or how many treatment programs you have been in. Until you learn to say yes to yourself, you won't be able to say no to others. Others don't really betray you. They mirror your self-betrayal. Without their help, your awakening process would take considerably longer. Your brother is your teacher. He shows you what you need to look at in yourself and you do the same for him. Yet he is not responsible for your experience, nor are you responsible for his. Your fellow human beings are not meant to be either scapegoats or demigods. They are not the cause of your suffering, nor are they the cause of your salvation. They are equal passengers on the same journey. What you have felt, they have also felt. Like you, they are learning to see their own patterns of self-betrayal. Like you, they are learning to say yes to self and no to giving their power away. Be patient. This is a journey to full empowerment. When the self is empowered fully, abuse will be impossible. Awakening together. When you give the gift of unconditional love, even the subtle forms of abuse disappear. When you and your partner commit to a spiritual relationship, you agree to help each other become conscious of the patterns of self-betrayal. Your intention is not to stuff your fear, anger, shame, or insecurity, but to create enough safety in your relationship that your pain can come up and be healed. You agree to refrain from blaming or shaming each other. When you notice that your partner is projecting, you do not try to fix her, but you stay conscious of who she really is. And so you call her gently back to herself. Most of all, you just listen. You don't agree or disagree with what she has to say. You know your opinion means nothing and, if anything, will take her away from her process. You just listen compassionately. You listen without judgment or, if you find yourself judging, you become aware of your judgments and bring yourself back to your heart. You listen with an open heart and an open mind. And your listening becomes a grounding rod to truth. The more you listen to her without judgment, the more her self-blame slows down. Gradually, using the pathway of your love, she returns to herself. This is the gift that you and your partner give to each other. This is the pearl of great price. When you give this gift of unconditional acceptance and love, even the most subtle forms of abuse and inequality vanish, and you become equal partners in the dance of life. Namaste. Each self is the unqualified presence, yet each must approach God in its own unique way. Namaste. I accept your humanness and mine. And I also bow to the divinity in each of us. I accept our absolute spiritual equality as beings. And I also accept that we each forget who we are. I celebrate the fact that we are waking up together, and I appreciate the fact that, as each of us pushes up against our fear, we nod off to sleep. I acknowledge both the absolute and the relative, for both are present here. The gentle voice of God and the passionate cries of the wounded child commingle here, in this mind, in this world. Joy and sadness commingle. Strength and tears, beauty and betrayal, silence and cacophony interpenetrate. It is a simple world, breathing in and breathing out, approaching the divine and moving away. And it is also complex in its near infinite variety of forms. Each self is the unqualified presence, yet each must approach God in its own unique way. Within oneness, paradox abounds. Here we dwell together, my brother and sister. Here in the silence, each of us with our unique heartbeat, our own dance, our own call for love and truth. Yet despite the division into bodies, despite the fragmentation of the mind, only one heart opens here. And that heart includes yours and mine and that of all beings who have ever lived in time and space. That heart belongs to God. His patient heart. Her infinite blessing on us all. My wish for you is a simple one. May you find that heart in your heart. May you find your voice in that silence. May you awaken to the truth of who you are. Namaste.